All right. So it's now 10 o'clock. We will open this work session on the Department of Business and Economic Affairs. And who are we welcoming today? Okay. So we're going to be, it's page 519 through 537, but let's start on 537 just to get the big picture. Okay. Thank you. So please introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Chase Hageman. I'm the director of the Division of Economic Development at BEA, and I'm joined by my colleague, Kathy.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Kathy Frederickson, Director of Finance, Department of Business Administration. Thank you for allowing us this opportunity to speak with you today.
Great. Okay. So you gave us a lot of stuff here, or maybe that wasn't you. I don't know. SBBC operating budget. Okay, here we go. So what do we have? We have an hour. So I think we saw most of this structure type stuff in our previous meeting, right?
Yes, we did.
So maybe we can go straight to budget questions, just kind of go through the pages. Does that make sense? Yeah. So why don't we start at the end? You have 78 positions for unclassified. Are any of those vacant, unfunded?
Is this on?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, we do have a couple of positions that are vacant, but we do have a strategic plan for those positions. We have a senior planner position that is vacant currently. We are seeking a waiver from the governor's office because it has, that position has FEMA requirements. It will be, right now we have it in the budget as 100% generally funded, but we recently learned that we have the opportunity to have that position up to 36% reimbursed from federal funds under the FEMA requirements. We do also have a program assistant position that is vacant, but it's, and that one is 100% federal funds under the ORID program. We have a program specialist position that is vacant as well at this time. We are, as part of the reorganization process for the Division of Planning and Community Development, we will be looking to seek to reclassify that position as the Office of Planning's supervisor. And we have, I'm sorry?
Housing champion.
Yes, we have the two housing champions positions. Those positions were authorized in this current biennium, but they were not funded this biennium. We're looking to fund those two positions in 26-27 because we were in the implementation phase of housing champions in this biennium, and in the next biennium we expect it to be the program administration to occur, so we will be needing those positions to run the program.
Are they funded in here?
In this budget request, they are funded, yes.
Okay. But they're vacant.
They're vacant currently
Right.
because they're not funded in this biennium.
And you're under the freeze, right? So
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And then we do have a listing of temporary positions as well that are not filled at this time. We do have a waiver to advertise for a couple of them at this time, and those are for the welcome centers. Those are filled as budget funds allow in Class 50.
Okay, great.
Mr. Chair, if I might add.
Go ahead.
Just to sort of reiterate what Kathy was sharing, the vacant positions are typically related to specific programs, and as those programs evolve, the need for that position may change or increase over time.
Gotcha. Okay. Now, in general, you're looking for another 3.3 million of general funds compared to the previous biennium. Is there kind of a big picture place where most of those are going?
Did you want to speak to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee, for the question. Those funds relate specifically or largely to the Division of Travel and Tourism Development. The increase in funding relative to what the agency had presented is what the governor has proposed based off of the what has historically been viewed as the formula that derives the funding for that division. So the funding there would go to industry promotion and support, a variety of programs and marketing efforts that run through that division.
That wasn't there previously.
It was not permitted to be there previously because of regulatory change that had occurred that we actually weren't aware of at the time, but in working with DAS provided what was required of us during the agency proposal, and now with the governor's proposal sort of restoring that.
No, I meant compared to the current biennium.
Oh, yeah, in terms of actual spend?
Yeah,
Yes.
Well, it's not just actual, right? On page 537, adjusted authorized for fiscal year 25 is even less than actual in 24, right? So
Correct. And
Yeah.
that, and sorry, apologies.
So and from both of those numbers, it's up 3 point something. Yeah.
Correct. And that is based on how the formula that derives the revenue for travel and tourism is calculated. It's typically 3.15% of the net of meals and rooms tax revenue. So this would just be a continuation of the use of that formula to get to that level. So it's not, it's based on how the funding could be used based on the historic standard for that formula.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, why don't we go back to the beginning and we'll just go kind of section by section and see what's happening in each one. So page 519. Okay. All right. So are any of these two unclassifieds part year or something like that?
I apologize, Mr. Chair. The budget on our table is not numbered in terms of page number, so I at the
Yeah, look
I
at the
apologize.
top.
at the very top.
Yeah. So this is your start of this is Office of the Commissioner. There are two unclassified positions.
Correct. In the Office of the Commissioner, so the unclassified positions would be Commissioner Caswell, and then the other unclassified position would be the addition of the intergovernmental affairs position. So that position was not there previously.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So that's new. Okay. So one is new. Is it now filled, though?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
that would be Jeannie Forrester.
Gotcha. All right. The next page, it says, what is the source of funds? Agency indirect cost recoveries. What does that mean?
Those are the indirect cost recoveries for federal funds. They're associated with federal funds. So those are the recovery funds for the federal funds where we're paying back funds to DAS for doing all of the overhead costs associated with managing federal programs.
I see. So because the commissioner, part of their job is dealing with the federal programs, you get to
Correct,
take a
because-
little from the. I get it.
Because everything that occurs in the commissioner's office, we can't designate to a direct program. Like,
Sure.
I can't, Office of Workforce Development is federally funded and they're very specific to a specific program. But because when my department, the business office, is working on a program, what we do when we're booking the invoices, we're working for every single program in
I
the
get it.
agency.
Yeah.
So it's done through the cost of us is done through an indirect cost
I
recovery.
understand. Okay. All right. Now on page 520, so now we're starting the rest areas. And
Yes.
you have the rest areas in two groups.
Correct.
One's associated with Turnpike and the other is not,
Correct.
right? So tell us about just in general, how many rest areas in each, how many people use the facilities, things like that.
Okay, so
Is that in your presentation somewhere?
there are 12 rest areas. The AU 2176 is the Turnpike. and that is the Hooksett north and southbound and Seabrook. And then the other rest areas are generally funded. Those are the ones that were listed by Commissioner Caswell the last time we were here. And then we did provide foot counts last time we were here. So Canterbury, Colebrook, Intervale, Lebanon, Littleton, Salem, Sanbornton, Springfield, and Sutton would be the ones that are generally funded. And between all 12 rest areas, we did provide a foot count of 5.8 million in FY24.
Wow. That's for all 12?
Yes.
Gotcha. Go ahead, Representative Weiler.
How many of these are seasonal and how many are year-round?
At this particular time, all welcome centers are open year-round.
I didn't note that when I've stopped at some.
Actually, I apologize, Sutton is closed currently, but all the remainder of the welcome centers are open. Sutton.
If I might add, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Just noting, and I don't know if this made it your way, but the hours of operation are typically 9 to 5. Salem is 8 to 10. Seabrook is 24 hours, which is a slight change from pre-COVID when most of them were open 8 to 8 or longer hours. So as a result of budget changes over that time and adapting to changes in the BVS budget, some of the locations have had to reduce their hours.
So there's only like 14 full-time employees in this area, right? Or is that just for the non-turnpike?
So the 14 full-time positions are under the general funds. There's an additional 11 under Turnpike.
Okay, so there's 25. And there must be a lot of temps too, right?
There are.
Yes.
There are a large number of temps in both areas.
Okay. Could it be shifted more towards temps?
So in speaking with the operations manager for that area, it would be very difficult to do that because typically when he's doing the scheduling, what he tries to do is have one full-time person on per shift. So at all times when the welcome center is open, there's typically one full-time person who would be essentially a supervisor for the center. And then it's the staffing is subsidized with the part-time people.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, good. So let's go to page 523, outdoor recreation. So there's two people. What do these do?
At this particular, go ahead.
That was mentioned by Kathy that referenced ORID, the Outdoor Recreation Industry Development. So we have currently one dedicated staff member that focuses exclusively on that industry within broader strategies and efforts.
And it's all federal, it looks like.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And what are they doing? I mean,
Oh, all manner of things. So they engage businesses that are part of or support the outdoor recreation industry. They're engaged in trade shows and large-scale events, effectively marketing and supporting what we have available in New Hampshire and ensuring that those businesses have the support and assistance they need to navigate whatever issues or challenges they have.
gotcha. Go ahead, Representative Evil.
Hi, and I apologize for being late. The roads were unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, so the federal funding, I guess one question was, have you had any problem with it in the last couple of months? But the other question is, what is the source? Is this a grant that you apply for, or what's the funding for this position? Do you know?
Sorry, go ahead.
So we have not had problems with receiving reimbursements from this program at this time, and I'm in regular communications with the agency that administers this. Right now, the funding is coming from USDA, and we still have 2 rounds left to spend. However, the funding source is going to be changing, and we are working on that now. But we anticipate continual funding for this program without issue.
Okay. All right, now we're going to page, we'll skip over Turnpike rest areas, we'll cover that. 525, economic development, right? Where's that? Toward the bottom there. there's a big jump in the cost of the, there's one unclassified position. So was that only filled part year, or is this somehow somebody's getting a big raise, or what?
Mr. Chair, you're looking at the bump.
That's him.
So my position, the director role, was unfilled for a little while, and
Oh,
thus
okay.
the budget was reduced at that time. We filled the role, and it now accounts for my salary.
Okay, great. And what's going on with dues, organizational dues? That's more than doubling.
So that's in large part a result of our participation in the Northern Borders Regional Commission. So the state has to contribute a certain amount of administrative funding for the for MBRC itself as an entity. That's sort of our cost of participation in the overall program, which provides millions of dollars in grants to entities around the state in our mostly rural areas. So the jump here is simply an effort to try and better budget for those dues. They often hit relative to the federal fiscal year, and it doesn't always align well with our state fiscal year. So this is in part trying to better straddle that, and there has been a slight increase, but I think Kathy
Right.
had more to say.
Yeah, the additional comment to that. So that dues, we are statutorily required to pay in the program. It's shared between 4 states in New England. And the reason why you're seeing that bump in class 26 is because previously it was incorrectly coded in class 102, and it is now correctly coded in class 26. And that was a correction that was done in conjunction with DAS.
So you said that there's a lot of grants in this area. Do we see them on the page somewhere, or no?
If they're federally funded but not budgeted, no, you wouldn't see them, but you would see our Office of Workforce Opportunity, which receives about, $14 million annually to run training and upskilling programs in partnership with other agencies. We also have an Apex Accelerator program, which is focused on helping local businesses engage in government contracting and having direct technical assistance as part of that process.
So those two are coming later?
No, the
Those are off
OW,
book?
yeah, they're already in here. No, the 14 million for the Office of Workforce Opportunity is in here. Is within the DED budget.
Okay, so we'll come to it, I guess. Is that, yeah, okay. All right. Now, also in your group is another 100,000 for marketing. How about that?
So the marketing funding is critically important for what we do as a division, especially in light of some recent strategies and reports we've rolled out and developed. A key element of those strategies is better promoting specific growth industries across the state to help with recruitment efforts, expansion efforts, workforce challenges, trying to bring the workforce we need into the state, and also bringing awareness to different industries so that we can help address supply chain needs and different needs of businesses as they grow. So it's effectively targeted funding specifically for economic development as opposed to travel and tourism. So we talked about travel and tourism earlier, having specific promotion and marketing. This is a very small piece of the pie for economic development specific relative to industry growth and assessment.
So you hadn't been doing it before then?
It's something that we've had in the past and we didn't have in the last budget, and we felt that it really needed to be there this cycle. It was something that we felt was lacking in our efforts.
Okay. All right. Yes, sorry, Representative Weil.
What effect did we see by not having this program?
Well, this it's a great question, Representative. It's not a specific program. It's simply a line item that would enable us to use dollars specifically for marketing and promotion relative to specific industries. So I would say one thing we were unable to do was engage in specific advertising or promotion of, say, our advanced manufacturing industries or life sciences, things that are industries that are seeing a lot of growth and attention that we could really be a partner in and helping support that growth.
It seems like we've had this before, and if we took it away, was there a big difference in?
Yes, the short answer, the big difference comes from what our team and what our division feels they're able to do in terms of supporting the industry, which is part of our role and expected of us in many respects.
So it's not just tourism, it's trying to lure businesses to this state?
No, the Division of Economic Development has a specific recruitment team. So we have a staff that's focused on business development, so recruitment into the state, and then a staff that's focused on business resources, which is helping those that are already here expand, grow, tackle different challenges. And we felt we've been a little bit hamstrung, I think, on the business recruitment side because we didn't have this in the budget last go around.
I didn't notice any difference, thank you.
Okay. All right, so now we're going into procurement here, page 527. All this is related to federal grants for the most part, although now you're adding a bunch of general funds to this on page 528. So there's an extra
Apex.
person.
Which one's 1450? Oh, so Apex, sorry. So this refers to the Apex Accelerator Program that I previously mentioned. That program requires a state contribution to receive the federal funds and run the program itself. So we provide effectively in-kind matches relative to salaries and rent and things of that nature that do implicate the general funds, general revenue budget.
Okay. So is the whole Apex thing part this section, namely 500,000 of federal and 200,000 of state? Is
Yes.
that what it is?
Yes.
Okay. And what does it do? What does it mean? Apex.
So we have a team of 3 full-time staff, 1 part-time staff that run this program. They are tasked with managing support for government contracting. Specifically, Apex focuses on DoD contracting, but they do all other manner of government contracting support as well, but a lot of the funding is run through in support of DoD contracting. So they work with businesses one-on-one. They provide informational webinars. They do matchmaking events. They can help a business go soup to nuts from I want to apply or on this bid to all the way hopefully getting an award. And I think if I read the number correctly, they helped over 125 businesses last year get about $2 billion in government contracts.
Okay. Yeah, probably, anyway. Okay, so, contract. Okay, page 529. So, Office of Workforce Opportunity. So here, this is all federal, but I was just curious, what's going on with contracts for program services, an extra $4.3 million?
Mr. Chair, if I recall correctly, that had more to do with the timing of different contracts for services as they were, the way that program is run, there are 4 or 5 subrecipients that run targeted aspects of the training and outreach programs. And I believe that may have just been a result of the timing of those contracts and when they went into place and the funding for them.
Okay.
This entire office is required to engage in a multi-year strategic plan and effort based on the specific funding that they're awarded from the federal government. So it wouldn't be new dollars here unless their award was increased.
And there's a little tiny bit of general fund here.
Correct.
Any particular reason or?
That's just to allow, occasionally, people within that department will support other areas in the agency, and that,
Oh, I see.
that allows money for them to support
Gotcha.
other, outside of their own department.
Okay,
We try not to tap that if we can't, if we don't have to.
sure.
I just,
Yes,
could you
Representative
just
Evil?
give us more detail on the federal funds? Like the sources or,
Oh, shoot. I think the source might be Commerce or SB? No,
Yeah,
EDA.
I believe this is all U.S. Department of
US,
Commerce.
yeah, Commerce.
And the money goes to, most of it, a large chunk of it goes to New Hampshire Employment Security. It goes to the CAP program, it goes to My Turn, and it goes to JAG.
Just to add to that, there's a coalition basically that was formed to facilitate this overall program, the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, WIOA. So there are multiple agencies that help facilitate the programs. Then there are subrecipients that receive grants to run specific programs for displaced workers or even youth programs to help get them the training they might want to get a new job or the upskilling they might need to move from one industry to another.
And one of our HB2 items actually addresses this particular program. It's updating all the statutory references to this particular program because the act that regulates this has been updated.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So now, okay, so we come to now page 530. As far as I can tell, this is like the only cut that the governor made, or something close to that. And it's something we're getting a lot of email about. So let's talk about that. Small Business Development Center, going from $500,000 to 215. What does that do? And it's making grants, I guess, or something like that.
Sure. So SBDC is, in our view, an incredibly important program within the state that gives one-on-one technical assistance to new and small businesses around the state. From everything from how to start a business to some legal and financial guidance based on a recent grant they received on efforts that they can do. So it's not necessarily a cut that we're happy about, but when we look at the targets that we have to hit, it was one of the only areas that we really felt that we even had any room or a choice to make with regard to that. So it was a difficult prioritization in terms of what the overall mission of the agency does and how we're able to partner with others.
So this is some kind of NGO type of thing, right?
It's
You've
a
given them-
federally funded, or it's a federal program that has representation in I think every state. So they have an entity, an SBDC, and then across the country, and they have a very defined role.
I see. And I think we got a bunch of data here, right, from them that we
Yep.
can look at.
Yes, it's without question they have an enormous impact for sure.
Yes, go ahead, Representative Griffin.
Thank you for taking my question. You people apparently get a lot of federal funds. How many of them, or what percentage of those funds require a level of state matching, any level of state matching, or is it all just free? You don't have to match any of it.
You can jump on this with me, but it's certainly not all free. There are a few programs that require some level of state match. The Apex Accelerator that we were just talking about being one of them, a percentage requirement. But I would say as a result of the funding that we have coming into the agency, less than half of our overall budget is actually generally funded. So we get, for what little skin we have to have in the game to get those federal funds, we're able to do a lot with them.
Could we get a list of the federal funds that require state matching and the percentage?
Sure.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, Representative Evil.
Yes, thank you. Just following up on the small business development. I can't imagine we haven't heard from on any cut as much right now as we have on this particular one. And I mean, it seems like based on the emails that we're getting from a business standpoint, it seems like the return on the investment is huge for our state. And so I know cuts need to be made, but I think this particular one is maybe cutting through the muscle and into the bone. And anyway, I realize we don't have a lot of money to throw around, but I think this one for a couple of $100,000 might be worth helping out just a little bit. So I don't know if you just want to
Okay.
keep. I'm just amazed at the. I mean, can you talk about the ROI on this a little bit more, or do you want to wait on this
No,
discussion?
you can go ahead.
Okay, because you said there was a lot of.
Yeah, we're
data there.
kind of on
Okay.
time, I think. So, yeah.
So I'm sorry, am I answering the question?
Go ahead.
Okay.
We have this.
Yep, so that
why
was
don't you-
actually provided by SBDC, who's in the room, so I can't speak to what's in the folder, but I absolutely agree. Each annual report that SBDC kicks out, there's enormous bang for the buck in terms of what they're able to do and how many businesses they're able to reach. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, they were able to engage close to 2,000 businesses last year and be helpful in that regard with, as you said, Representative, a relatively small amount of money.
Okay. Representative Cambrils.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is the program receiving any federal funding?
I believe the answer to that question is yes. I believe they have a grant through SSBCI, and there may be one other. They may have received about $100,000 in ARPA funding previously, but I don't know if that money's already exhausted at this point.
So that would be important for us to know how much they're getting, if you could get that amount
Absolutely, and
for
I
us.
oops, sorry.
Or maybe if we're through with these guys a little bit early, we can ask them to come up.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry about that. And the other question, are there currently small businesses like waiting in line to get loans? Is there a waiting list for this, for these assistance?
I'm not aware of a waiting list, but if we're going to bring SBDC up at some point after this, it might be a better question to ask them.
Okay.
And I will just add, sorry, if I may follow up real quick, Representative, just add that, like with anything, if SBDC does receive federal funding, which I believe they do, it's probably for a very specific purpose. So it's not necessarily generally applicable. There may be a specific program that they're running that they support with those funds.
All right. So next on page 530, what is capacity grant?
The capacity grant that relates to the NBRC program that we mentioned earlier, the Northern Border Regional Commission. The capacity grant is the federal funding the state receives to administratively run that program within the state. So there is a staff person dedicated to overseeing NBRC and helping facilitate multiple program rounds for application rounds for programs, helping provide technical assistance, and then also overseeing a contractor that supports the technical assistance overall.
Gotcha.
And those are all federal funds.
Gotcha. Yeah. All right. So now we're going to travel and tourism, and page 232. So let's see here. Sorry, 532. 532. So there's marketing in a couple of different ways here. There's promotional marketing expense, and then there's grants, subsidies, and relief, right? And then later on, we're going to see what? Oh, at the bottom of the page, promotional marketing expense. Or is that the same? No, that's different. So what's the difference between line 69 in accounting unit 203 and what we see at the bottom of the page?
They're basically categorized differently based on the type of recipient and the program that is being awarded out.
Yeah, so if I may follow up, it's just a budgeted amount based on how the funding is likely to be used. So if we, I'll give an example, the grant subsidies and relief that you mentioned, that's called the joint, that supports, that money is used for the joint promotional program, which is a grant program. So we would issue grants through that specific line in our accounting system versus having it all pooled in one generic. We break it out based on the class and how it'll be used.
Okay. So both of these are going up substantially, right? So one is up, looks like 90,000, the next one 250,000, the next one 2 million.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
And I'll just speak to, I mentioned the joint promotional program. that's going up, proposed to go up to 1.25 million. That's an incredibly successful program where grants are given typically to chambers or different trade associations for promotional events across the state, like Bike Week or Restaurant Week or the Seafood Festival. And it's a way for us to partner with those tourism-related efforts and support and lower some of the costs to entry to even have those events. So it's often an oversubscribed program. So we're budgeting for an increase in it so that we can.
You're talking
provide
about
those.
grants.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
What about marketing?
Which line, 69?
Well, 69 and the other 69, both.
Which other 69? Okay.
Right? You have 69 in the
Yep.
middle of the page and you have 69 right at the bottom of the page.
Oh, sorry, the fold of my pages. So if I understand correctly, the 69 at the bottom of the page would be largely where we would concentrate the tourism-focused advertising and promotion funding that we talked a bit earlier about the formula change and the increase in funding for how it'd be used. A lot of it would be put there so that it could be used for broader marketing campaigns, which are often pretty expensive, but have, to be
So this
frank-
is TV ads and things like that. Is it
What's that?
TV ads and
Print, online, TV, video. I mean, when you look at, and you may have seen this in our follow-up from the last presentation, but there's actually a pretty phenomenal return on investment for use of these funds. It's one of the only funds that we can take meals and rooms tax revenue and help generate substantially more revenue by the number of tourists we're able to bring in as a result of this highly effective promotion and marketing.
I have a feeling that when you do this return on investment, you're saying we spent this, and the total amount of tourism in New Hampshire is that, and you say one is creating from the other, right? I mean, I don't see. Have you done experiments where this number gets smaller and therefore that number got smaller? Yeah.
Yes, so I apologize. There is a contractor that Travel and Tourism works with to derive the ROI number. It's not just pulled out of thin air. They interview tourists, they create an economic a model for it, and are able to
This
correlate.
is a professor at Plymouth, yes? No?
Is
No,
it-
the SMARI
SMARI
report that we
reports.
provided to you as
Yeah.
follow-up from our last testimony, that's the company. Now, that company works with approximately 25 states across the country, so they are very well-versed in providing these types of studies. It's also important to note that the people that they are surveying are all people who are visiting our state. They're not residents of our state, so the return on investment, our Travel and Tourism Department wants us to be aware that these are funds they don't believe would actually come into our state if not for spending this money. Because when they're doing these studies, they're going out and if they've advertised in a test market like New York City, for example, they're advertising in New York City. They're now going out and they're doing their study in New York City to determine what the return on investment in that advertising was. So you came to our state now and you've spent this money. How much did you spend in order to determine the ROI? And so now they believe the study is saying that this money would not have been spent here because now they would have seen an ad and they would have gone to Florida instead. They would have gone to California. So the belief is that this money would not have come into our state if not for this advertising being spent, and that's why it's considered so important.
And I will just add that it is a highly competitive environment. A lot of states invest a decent amount of funding in this kind of promotion. And so retracting from that or regressing from that, and based on what Kathy just said and what you see in some of these reports, could have a negative impact on the amount of meals and rooms tax revenue that comes in.
I get it. All right. Any other questions on this area? No? Okay. Let's move on to, let's see, planning. So page 533, planning and community development. So what is going on with this? So is this regional planning? Is this something else?
So we're talking about the whole division. So the Division of Planning and Community Development is also part of what you see in the reorganization in HB2, some of the language you have there. What it does is it pulls three three related areas of focus for the agency. So we have the Office of Planning and Development, which has existed with BEA for a few years now, that focuses on municipal level technical assistance, mapping, helping assess land use regulations and make recommendations with communities as they work with them. Then we also have the other two teams that are being added into this division, which focus on housing. So they oversee the Invest in H program and the Housing Champions program. And then we have a broadband team that is in here as well that focuses on the broadband infrastructure build out that is underway. So those three groups or three offices are brought together under the Division of Planning and Community Development, where this was previously just the Office of Planning and Development within BEA.
Question,
Representative Wyland.
isn't there a lot of overlap with the regional planning commissions?
It's a great question. I would say no, because our staff focuses in specifically on the needs of municipalities and partnering with other entities like the regional planning commissions and the municipal associations. So there isn't typically a lot of overlap, but there is a lot of coordination and collaboration.
Thank you.
Representative Evil.
Hi, I realize, so this is the department, is it, right? It was once a division and now you want to make it an office or something?
So
Is
it
this
was.
the one?
This is the one.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the
All
one.
right.
So this is an office that would now be one of three offices within a division.
Okay.
So previously, the divisions at BEA were economic development and travel and tourism. This is a third formal division pulling those three offices together because although there's not a lot of overlap in what they do, there's a lot of ability to work together and collaborate and coordinate efforts and then sort of cross collaborate as a team internally. So if you've got our housing program, that's Housing Champions, that's working with communities with infrastructure projects or permitting units, our Office of Planning and Development can be a resource as well for that program staff, but also the communities that are engaging in those programs. The same can be said about broadband.
Okay. So some of the structural changes that we see in HB2, they're not so much really structural changes. It's just kind of a shifting around.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. And then, so on the draft of HB2 that we have, which you probably don't have, it's page 43, there's $5 million in here for the Housing Champion program.
Yes.
So is that in HB1 or is this new spending?
So I can answer it, but you can double
You
down
can
on it.
too.
But that $5 million already exists based off of the previous legislative session. All this does in HB2 is extend the time for the funding to be used. So it previously sunsetted June 30th of 2025, the end of this fiscal year. And we're extending it, seeking to extend it until the end of next year. Just
Because
honestly,
none of it has been spent
it's
or next to.
it is answering the question delicately. It's not that it hasn't been spent. It's that the last year to year and a half, there was a lot of setup that had to be done for those programs, including going through the administrative rulemaking process. The Housing Champions program itself has a staff member. We're certainly utilizing that funding. The initial application round has already run. There were 18 communities that were designated Housing Champions, and now those 18 communities can apply for 2 different programs that I believe are currently open for application, which frankly will draw, the result of those applications will likely take up all the funding for the program. But there is a little bit of concern that if we need to run an additional round of the program, that we wouldn't be able to do that before the end of June. So this is more of a play, sort of taking a cautionary approach to make sure we can adequately run that program.
So where does that $5 million show up in your budget? Or is it some,
It's already
some
on our
other
statement
land.
of it's already on our statement of appropriations currently.
Okay.
So it would just be a carry forward amount.
Because it was a 24, 25 thing.
Correct.
Is there a 26, 27 similar appropriation or not?
Not at this time.
Okay. But yet you're keeping the office, right? The Housing Champions office on page 535 is still there. So,
Well, the program itself, there are two programs that are run. There's the Housing Champions program and now a state-funded Invest in Age program. Then there's also the reality that the Housing Champions program is a multi-year program that will also require oversight of the projects that are given grant funding. So the Housing Champion designation is on a 3-year cycle. And then we run multiple application rounds a year for more and more communities to become designated housing champions. So even if we chew up all $5 million in this award round, there's still a lot of administrative work and oversight that needs to be done on the program itself. That's why the office would need to continue.
okay.
So is the RSA noted here in association with the appropriations? I just wanted to check the statutory structure of the Housing Champions program.
I don't know if it's mentioned in the HB2 language.
I
I
just
can
see
s-
79:466. The LBA can. look
Yeah,
that
I mean,
up.
it's in the
Yes.
BEA's RSA 12-0
So it must
statute.
be
It's in
in
that
this.
structure.
Okay. Okay, and now broadband. So this is all federal, looks like. Is that right? Or mostly, yes, go ahead, Representative Leishman.
First,
no.
let me apologize for being late. It was a slippery ride.
Yeah,
and a
we
slippery
understand.
budget. Just going back to the housing, that's obviously been a major concern of the executive branch and legislative branch. So did you put any request in for additional monies on top of the 5 million that's kind of left over? So there'd be more money available for 26 and 27 should that 5 million be expended?
I'd be hesitant to speak on behalf of the commissioner or our director of intergovernmental affairs, but I know that the team has worked with legislators as they've come forward with interest in putting funding into those programs. I don't know the status of that legislation, though.
But you're not aware of any request that was made by your department to get additional money? for
Correct. We
housing?
didn't proactively say, please give us this amount of money for this program,
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Mr.
that
Chairman.
I'm aware of,
Okay, yeah, that's fine, thanks.
unless you have a correction of that.
All right,
No.
so
They were,
Broad-
they were HB2 items last
Okay.
time, so we were
Okay.
not allowed to put it in our
Okay.
agency budget.
So broadband, you got a new federal grant, is that it?
Yeah, so broadband is complicated beast. All federal funding, but different sources of federal funds. So there's what's currently being built out right now through the American Rescue Plan Act Capital Projects Fund. The state received about $122 million there to build out broadband infrastructure access, build out broadband infrastructure and provide access to unserved and underserved locations based off of FCC maps. So there's currently 2 major build outs underway that'll bring over 50,000 households or locations access to high-speed internet. And then what we're coming up on is the what's called the BEAD program, and it's another about $191 million. You don't see numbers of that magnitude in here. That's just the big picture. The money that we've received, because those programs are on a drawdown, typically relate to administrative costs and running the program and setting it up, with the exception of the ARPA funding that's already all obligated and being spent out.
Are you saying $100 million in New Hampshire
Yes,
Yes.
is being spent on this kind of thing?
yes.
I see. All right, Representative Weiler.
I remember an ALEC conference where they talked about it was almost $1 billion coming to New Hampshire. That was like 2 years ago, and hardly anything has happened in broadband.
Interesting. Okay, all right, so go ahead.
Yes, we did talk about this program at the last presentation where we've already received $5 million on this, and there's another $191 million allocation. It was included in the follow-up presentation provided. And so this is an estimate of the administrative costs expected. And then we are actually currently looking to bring $12 million in right now, because as the next allocation into fiscal, and this will help sustain the office so that we can effectively run the office in the next budget cycle, and there's still more money to be brought in.
If I may add, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
So one thing to add on to what Kathy was saying, and the reason why I called it a bit complicated at the outset, wasn't to diminish our ability to understand it, but to point out that it is federally regulated and there are defined steps in the process. So the office has had to develop several multi-year plans on how they're going to use the funding, and where it's going to be awarded, and they're amidst the final steps of doing that. So they've had to do to get approval on 2 major plans, and then they have to run a whole application program that will identify who is actually getting money from that $191 million. And once that is complete, then we have to get approval of it. So it's not, unfortunately, it's not a quick injection or use of funding. It's a multi-year process that's pretty
When
elaborate.
you say the office, I don't see any people here, so it's somewhere else.
So the staff is fully federally funded.
Correct.
Yeah. So there are 4, I believe.
They're currently paid out of an off-budget
Yeah.
broadband account.
Correct. They're 9T positions.
Oh, so there's a dedicated fund?
Yes.
Is that,
Yes.
okay. All right, so we'll take a look at that maybe. All right. Anyways, okay, very good. Okay, fund 4 people. So this is the end of BEA. Do we have other
Not the end
questions?
of BEA.
Yeah, I mean,
This is it.
yeah.
I
this
mean, I
is
know the
a-
commissioner's not here, so.
Yeah.
Just,
All right, Representative
well,
Evil.
all I was gonna say on the Housing Champions, I didn't notice it when we were talking about it, but it's on page 534, down at the bottom there. It talks about the administrative expense, I think, that we were talking about, just so you see where it is,
Yeah,
right?
right. They started a little
Yeah. like a
this
small
year
office
and
to
then
it.
there's
Right.
more ongoing. Yeah.
And I know Michael Liberty. I know he's been really involved in the broadband,
Yep.
and he's really excited about the progress that
Yeah.
you guys are making. And, you know, if you have to develop plans, it shows that they're expending funds carefully, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
And if I might add, our goal is 100% access across the state with these funds. So we're well on our way to that.
Okay. Yeah. So we have about 5 minutes we can talk. Is this Ms. Gray who's here? All right, come on up.
Oh, definitely shouldn't take the governor's budget.
Thank you. So your name is?
My name is Jason Cannon. I'm the Associate State Director for the SBDC.
Okay. So what can you tell us about what you do?
What I do or what the organization?
The organization.
So the SBDC program is a program that's been around for over 45 years. It was created by the Small Business Act. There's a Small Business Development Center in every state in U.S. territory. So there's 63 around the country. It's federally funded based on a population funding formula, and that funding does require state match. So here in New Hampshire, we receive this current year almost $800,000 from the federal government, which does require match, of which this
50-50 or?
yes, 50% has to be cash, 50% can be in kind. And this state funding is a large portion of that match.
Okay. And what do you do with the money?
I'm sorry?
What do you do with these funds?
With these funds, so specifically the funds from the state, every dollar from the state goes right into paying for business advisors that help small businesses. So we have about 14 business advisors, the equivalent of about 10 full, FTEs. Some of them are part-time, and they work around the state helping small businesses. Everything from I have an idea and I want to start a business to exit strategies. It could be resiliency planning, business planning, marketing, cybersecurity, a lot on cybersecurity right now. So, and we were actually, in the last 5 years, demand for those services has gone up over 120% in 5 years.
Okay. So is it something like SCORE? Is
That's
that?
what I
It's a little
wondered.
bit different. Scores volunteers. So they're retired people who used to work in business, not necessarily small businesses. All of our advisors go through a certification process. They all have experience owning a business, running a business. They all have MBAs, they do professional development, but all of our services are at no cost to taxpayers.
I see. So one more question, then I'll let Representative Campbell. So you said there are 14 of them?
Yes, 14 total. Some are part-time, some are full-time. There's
Gotcha.
about 10 full-time equivalents.
So if the governor's budget went through, presumably it would go down to 7 or something like that?
Yes, we would
Is it-
lose 3 full-time business advisors, about 30% of our advising capacity, at a time when we're seeing historic numbers of small businesses looking for assistance.
Gotcha. All right, thank you. Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you always spend all the money every year?
Yes.
Or, so there's no rolling over, there's no current balance in the fund?
No, there is not. No, we get it for 2 years, and we typically spend it down by the end, each year, spend it down by the end of the year. the fiscal
So
year.
currently, your balance would be 0 or?
Yes, whatever is left for this current year, we would have.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here to take our questions. I guess, let's say in the absence of SBDC, would it then fall to the banks or to like chambers of commerce to?
I'm not sure because they refer their clients to us.
Yeah.
We get a lot of referrals from banks for people that are looking to get capital, but they don't have a business plan ready. So we have a lot of partners in banks, chambers we work very closely with. A lot of the big chambers and the small chambers, they send a lot of clients to us. Especially during COVID, they were getting calls, from businesses they didn't know what to do, and they were calling us because we were the ones that were answering the phone. So I'm not sure they would either have to go to another provider like SCORE, which, would kind of overwhelm their capacity, or they would have to pay for those services if they could.
Representative Evil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just getting back to my return on investment question, and just taking a survey of the amazing number of emails, enthusiastic emails that we've gotten. Could you just talk a little bit about your assessment of how much support and how successful your program is?
Sure. There's a couple of different measures. There's one, we have a national association that does an annual study to determine that return on investment. And they have determined that every dollar invested in an SBDC program returns back $10 in tax revenue. Here in New Hampshire, we worked with an economist at the University of New Hampshire to develop a metric to determine what that annual impact is on the economy. It's based on jobs created, jobs saved, business starts, capital infusion, along with and New Hampshire Employment Security data of average wages. And for the current year, the impact that the SBDC has is over $245 million on the economy.
Representative Evil.
So, I guess I asked that question, and I know everything's being cut pretty tight, but like I look at the $700 million marketing program, you could take $200,000 or $250,000 from that, which would be a very small portion of it, and fund it in a way that it seems an awful lot of small business folks would like to see it. And maybe it's one television ad in the marketing thing. I don't know how much that would really buy in the world of marketing, but it seems to me that this is a really meaningful program to an awful lot of people.
I would agree. It's a relatively small amount, and just that amount of money, the $275,000, 3 business advisors, we're talking probably 200 to 300 small businesses that wouldn't be assisted, a few thousand hours of advising, hundreds of jobs that are not created or saved, millions of dollars that are not infused into small businesses, whether it's equity capital, owner investment, loans, SBA and non-SBA backed, and probably a couple dozen small businesses not started.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So I think we're.
Could I
thank you
just
very
get your
much.
name for the record again?
It's Jason Cannon, Cannon.
All right, we are going to move on to DAS, I believe. Is that right? Yes. Page 101. Yeah. And I was, what- yeah, we're gonna start on page 101, I think, which is the end of this group. here. Well, yeah, that's their attached agencies. Their real end is on 101. All right, so, yeah, that's fine. Okay. Yeah. So how's your wife, Mr. Commissioner? Please turn on your.
She, it's probably a fractured kneecap, not a broken. So what that means is you can't move it or it will break, which means she can't move, which is awkward because she's a full-time caretaker for Henry and she can't move. So I'm
will she
running
be in
around
a
this
cast?
morning, like cooking and getting clothes out and like trying to sort things out and going, all right, here's thing, so lunch here and he can heat it up and then I'll be back later. I have to go get yelled at by a bunch of legislators.
So will she be in the cast or?
It's funny, they have her in like one of those things that's like a brace, and I think she wants a cast because she's scared to death of bending.
Sure.
And so I don't know, we'll see. But it's funny because I went and picked her up last night, and we're coming out of like Concord Ortho Acute, whatever it's called. And so I hold the door for her, and then the guy behind her, who's Jim Bassett on the Supreme Court.
Oh,
So and a neighbor of ours, so it's a bad day for Canterbury.
I have to say, I snapped my kneecap in half this summer. So if she can maintain it at fracture level and not break,
It's better.
it's worth doing.
That's good to know. Thank you for
Yeah,
that.
well, it was a granite step that got me. I thought it was a very New Hampshire injury.
I think it is.
Okay. All right, so, we have here, let's go to page 101. The Department of Administrative Services. So this is this looks very excellent on the paper. General funds declining from 75 million in fiscal year 2024 to 61 in 2026. But I'll say that there's a little bit of a cheat here because there's a $21 million land acquisition in 2024. So there is some increase,
Yes.
except for that.
Oh, no, absolutely. In fact, we were talking about that in the hallway, that's the source of the increase. It comes up a lot. In the accounting system, so the actual expense line includes anything, including things that weren't part of the budget that are added to it. And we had to buy a building. So that does in fact make it look.
So what did we buy for 21 million?
Granite Place,
Granite
where
Place?
DOJ is now.
So we'll have a place to have the legislature
Are
for
we gonna be next year?
next year.
My understanding is that Terry has all kinds of things going on with that. And you would really want to ask him.
Oh, that's nice.
How about that?
Okay. All right, so,
See where he's-
so of the 330 people we see here, tell us about vacancies and
So
and
let,
unfunded.
if I can, and I'll explain. So Sherry will have passed out to you two things to try to make this piece easier. One, the second thing, which looks like this, is actually this same document with lines and deltas. So it shows the change, and it's easier to read, and we highlighted anything over 100 grand change. Not that we can't talk about everything else, but we thought that might make it easier, because rumor is that's what you want to talk about is lines that changed.
The other thing on that handout, if you notice, for example, you're looking at the very front page, it'll say on the kind of dead center, page 55.
Yep.
That's the exact same page reference as in your big House Bill 1. So we literally took everything from there, just added the change between the 2 years, so you could easily see you didn't have to do the math on the fly because our accounting units we have about 50 pages. So we added that, but those page references match exactly to your book and same layout format. So it would be,
Great.
to be able to go through that. So we can even highlighted those.
And then your number decides.
And then
Okay.
at the very bottom of the slide.
Can you do this for the whole book?
It might take a while.
But we just thought that would be easy to kind of draw your eye and we, can go through that afterwards. But as Charlie mentioned, we put together, it's a very short presentation, it's about 10 slides. We wanted to walk through that first because there's 3 that just talk about positions and they're sort of the first 3. And
Okay.
then we have some high level dollars before we get into the detail.
All right, so I'll let you do that.
Okay.
Okay. So page 1 is a title. Page 2 is the graph I'm so proud of. I mean, we went down 7%, everybody else went up 40, right? And
Yeah.
I'm not going to stop saying that. But then to show you what happened in the agency and governor's phase, from where we were in 25, which was down 7, we went down another 4, which means we're, down 11 from 2019. But then 27 obviously goes up a bit, although we're still well down from 19. And Sherry has called out in a giant bubble what those increases are. 3.2 is retire health. 1 is the step in salary increases that are natural with benefits. So positions, you wanted to know about positions?
As long as we're on this, tell me about retiree health. What are we obligated for? This is basically Medicare Advantage. Is that what it is? Or
I mean, Medicare Advantage is the delivery mechanism for how we cover our Medicare retirees, right? So, but the law provides for a retiree health benefit plan, establishes eligibility, and further says that it must be operated by DAS within the funds appropriated by the legislature. So that's what the obligation is.
is it only state employees? Is it
Yes, it is.
municipals?
It is
No.
only state employees, and they must meet years of state service requirements, and those were tightened up by the legislature beginning in 2009, and age requirements as well.
Okay. Representative Weiler.
One of my retired friends tells me this reduction is Caroline and they're doing a lousy job. That's why it's reduced.
So I think they're separate things, Counselor, Representative. We certainly, the savings that we achieved in the chart that, I think it's in your package too, but we looked at it last time we were here, if you recall. It's because we went to Medicare Advantage and we've leveraged federal funding, right? And that obviously has been very, very good for the state of New Hampshire and for retirees. Carillon's poor performance to me is a separate issue. We go out to bid. Anthem won the bid for both medical coverage and pharmacy coverage. And I explained this to you folks when we were last here. We didn't know that they had started their own PBM, and we further didn't know that they really weren't ready, okay? And that's the kind of stuff that companies do and pull. And that's what we had to manage our way through, and we have, and we're back to sort of level set.
At least he hasn't complained to me lately.
Yeah,
Thank you.
but he was right to complain. I would have complained too, by the way.
And he should also feel free to complain to us. We have a
Yes.
office that's there for that. The other thing I want to add, the savings aren't just that. The initial savings were generated in part by deciding to go to Medicare Advantage for medical, not prescription. The Carillon piece is just when we rolled prescription in a year ago. And not that it wasn't horrible, but it was horrible. So anyway, so that's retiree health.
Okay, but there's no savings, unlike pensions, right, where there's savings that pay for that. There's nothing here for that, right? I mean, it's
Pay as you go. It's just a benefit.
right, but it's a benefit to people who worked for us a long time ago.
Or maybe last year.
I see.
Or maybe in December.
Yeah, but you know, we don't do that with pensions.
No, we don't. You,
And so,
so this is a decision the state has made historically. There have been debates back and forth on it about whether you fund a pension plan or not. We report regularly on the OPEB obligation, as that's called. Some of you who go back a few years will remember that Representative Kirk in particular, who was a longtime chairman of House Finance and had very strong opinions, believed very strongly in not reserving for retiree health. And I think at the end of the day, if you want to go there at some point, we can outline the arguments for reserving and against. But the fiscal in particular was generally hostile to any notion of saving and allowing this to be pay as you go, in part because the theory is that you can change.
oh,
But if you want to reserve, we can work out a plan for you for that.
so you're saying we're not obligated to pay this money? We are, right?
It's a, you could change the nature of the retiree benefit. So for example, in 2009, when they went from, for some part of the population who was not vested, from needing 10 years to needing 20 years,
I see.
you can make changes like that. And there are debates. I would want the union to give you their perspective on whether, and what you can change and what you can't change to before saying anything definitive.
I suppose if we did it via savings, then we would be taking money essentially from everybody, and only giving it to those who last 20 years. Is that right? I mean, that's the problem.
Yes, I mean, it's one of the equity issues with funding, right? With funding that way, with pre-funding a debt, is who you're taking money from, and are they going to get that benefit or not? We have an obligation under the law, I think everyone knows this, that all the money collected for the purpose of the healthcare benefit, both retiree benefit and the active benefit, through a mechanism called Fund 60, must be used for that. And we may not take money under the, and pretend it's for healthcare and then not use it for healthcare. I mean, not that we want to, we don't want to, but we're not legally allowed to. So that comes up sometimes.
Sure.
Okay,
So this is a giant part of the general fund here, right?
it's
Because
half of our general fund, ballpark.
isn't it like 50 million a year? No,
It's,
35?
I want to, yeah, and that's probably page 98 or something like that. Let me give you the exact amount.
30 and 33, actually.
Yeah, if you look on page.
30? Okay,
Yeah.
Page
Okay.
70, page 7 of the short handout,
okay.
has that information. It's also on page 100 of
Yeah, so it's like half the general fund.
half of our, 50% of our budget.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, let's go on to this.
Okay, so positions, you want to talk about positions. These
Yeah.
are the positions we have. So slide 3. Slide 3 is an overview, and then slides 4 and 5 are line items or people items. We divided, so you understand how it works, into plant and property. And we talked last time a little bit about how plant and property is people and programs are sort of mixed in that. Risk, which has no general funds, that governs any of their positions, and then operations, which is the rest of our department. That's, procurement, and it's everything, and where the reductions are. So we go from 330 and we go down 29 so far, and so that's most of our positions and most of our currently vacant positions. Before I tell you what vacant positions are, I want to say something about what vacant positions aren't. This is a snapshot in time, and I said to someone, the fact that Gail left last week and her position is suddenly vacant doesn't mean we weren't using it. If I break my leg and I'm limping, I don't want you to amputate my leg because I'm not planning on using it and still ask me to run a marathon. And so just because someone leaves and the position is vacant next week or last week, doesn't mean we didn't have plans for it. Now, internally, we've had an internal hiring freeze since about July, because we can do math, and kind of knew where this was going. And I would rather lose a vacant position than a person. It's just less awkward, if you know what I'm saying, and humane. But, you know, we're down and everybody's hurting and we're doing a lot. So we feel like, I think at some point we refer to ourselves as an already fragile and understaffed department. And somebody said, do you really want to put the word fragile in your presentation? And yeah, because that's literally who we are. So I'm very proud of the work we do, and we do a lot of work. And I honestly believe if you eliminated our agency, government would shut down and be illegal. But anyway, so that's where we are. So we're down 29 and there are 25 left. On pages 4 and 5, those are they. The first page is unfunded full-time by source. And so that's what we quote unquote lost, with an explanation of general funds, et cetera. And then the second page is what's still not filled, but funded in the draft before you.
Okay.
I'm happy to answer any questions about that, but I don't know exactly where you would like me to go on that. So I will pause. There's another page, 6, if you get through 4 and 5, which talks about our part-time positions.
So let's talk about, just so I make sure I understand that page
Sure.
3. Is there 275 people working
Yeah.
right now?
Yep.
Is that right? Okay. And
I didn't check
both
your math. I think it's 276.
276, yeah. So there's 276 people here and working. Yes. And these 54 people or 54 positions, nobody's working on them right now.
Right.
Right. Okay. But if there was no hiring freeze, you could add 25. And the budget went through as is,
Yes,
right?
exactly.
Right? But you could not add the other 29.
If the budget goes through as is, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
One caveat to what I said, and there's a footnote at the bottom. There's a small unit called the Office of Cost Containment, which is being eliminated. So those are 4 positions that are currently filled with people working in them, but it's being eliminated. And cost containment, we collect, people got provided a free lawyer, so to speak, but we collect from some of them over an enormous amount of time. And over time, the amount we collect has gone steadily down. And so we're about to spend more collecting than we collect. And that seems
Okay.
like a good,
So I wanted to ask you
Point to
about
stop.
this because we have a House Bill 611, which does exactly this, right? And I guess it must be already in House Bill 2, right? No? To
no,
get rid
so
of
we're
it?
we're just frankly anticipating that House Bill
611.
611 is going to, Cassie and I went over and testified
I
for
see.
it. Well, not for it. We don't testify for or against anything without permission of the
Right,
chief
yeah.
executive. We provided
Anyways,
information.
sure.
And suggested a couple of changes just to make it happen faster.
Okay. My point is that the fiscal note on House Bill 611 was intriguing because it said, due to previous legislative changes, the amount collected has been declining, right? Well, so that implies that we could undo previous legislative changes and the amount collected would increase,
Yes.
right? Do you know what those
Yes,
changes are?
I can summarize them. In, I believe it's 2019, I think it was Senator Feltus who pushed this or sponsored it. So we collected from everyone in the past, and they changed it to only people convicted. So if you got off or you pled or then you don't have to pay. And I think the sponsor's presumption was, and that we don't have an opinion about do that or don't do that. We merely pointed out the reduction was, well, if you were found not guilty, why are we charging you? And that's what they tend to say. I believe the sponsor of the current bill is a law professor at
Yeah.
Franklin Pierce,
And that
UNH.
2019 change required the court to make an order of the defendant's ability to pay. And so if you think about most defendants and what their ability to pay is, that also seriously curtailed collections.
but somehow in the past, well, eventually their situation can change and, you
Yes.
know, right?
I think the presumption had been, you can't afford now, this week, but, when you are working, you could pay a little.
Gotcha. All right. Well, this is something we're going to struggle with, but let's go on.
Mr.
Yeah,
Chair, so
Representative
I
Evil.
had to look this up. I didn't know what HB 611 was. So the title is Abolishing Recoupment Procedures Regarding Appointed Counsel for Indigent Criminal Defendants.
Yes.
Just so I don't know if the other members knew what it was.
Yeah, that's the Office
But
of
I
Cost
didn't.
Containment.
Yeah, well, I didn't know that.
It's people who get a court-appointed attorney, right? And that attorney costs something, and it's really, if they have the ability to pay, they should return that money. But that's the idea anyway. Okay.
I don't, just so you're aware, before the change, the approximate amount we collected, ballpark, was about 2 million. And
Right.
this year, we will probably collect about 300,000. I don't
And the
say,
office is the 300,000-ish.
well, now,
cost.
yeah.
Right.
So it used to be-
350, yeah.
Uh,
So it's on the edge, right? But but it used to be a significant increase, yeah.
So, I mean, 8 years ago, I looked at this in a different context when I was the governor's budget director. And we looked at it and I said, so what do you spend? And how much do you raise? And leaving aside, I didn't know whether it's a good idea or bad idea. Someone's like, well, we'd spend 500 grand then, and we raised 2.4 million. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then we didn't pursue it. But, you know, when the lines cross, it's not just bad in Ghostbusters.
Yeah. I mean, this is, well, let's save it. We have limited time here, so.
Okay,
right,
so that's where we are on positions.
Good.
And then just as a follow-up is that, as Charlie mentioned, the 29 that were unfunded, and that was in our agency and our governor phase. It didn't change between the two phases. All that detail is on page 4. And then once again, page 5 would be all the currently vacant but funded positions. And it's also, that's about 25. And then you'll notice some are a combination of 0 to 100% generally funded.
Right.
Some as early as a week ago ended up on the list.
But those positions are not eliminated.
No, neither one of them are.
They're unfunded.
Correct.
They're just unfunded. Okay.
Yes, so our counts, so that's a really good point. So when you look at the 330,
Yes.
it doesn't change because there's
It's not
still
301.
active. Correct.
Yes, right.
But the dollars are,
I understand.
dollars are gone, although the position counts don't change.
I understand.
I think the point they're trying to make is just because they're vacant, it doesn't mean that they're not needed.
Yes.
So they want to keep the funding for them so they can fill them.
I understand. All right. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. If there aren't other questions about that, and you can see the part-timers on page 6. We have a lot of part-time people in plant and property in particular. A lot of the building cleaners, in fact, that you might see at the State House even, are part-time positions. We've actually had an enormous success with, there's a significant Nepalese community in Concord. And we've recruited really good people from there, and we're nice, which allows you to recruit their friends too. So if you're a good employer, that people talk. So so we decided that's not just a good human strategy, it's also a good recruitment strategy. We summarize spending.
But
and-
23 vacant out of 66.
There's a churn. It's a part-time job, cleaning. And if I'm honest, my guess is very few people think of that as their goal, and they move on. During the COVID years, or whatever you want to call that, state of emergency, we had a lot of trouble recruiting. Dunkin' Donuts was paying more, and you don't necessarily have to do some of the things that you have to do for us. And there's some,
I understand.
But it doesn't
That's
make
a
it
little better
less
than it used to be.
vital to the, you know, I said, well, they say cleanliness is closest thing to godliness, right? So it doesn't make the position less vital and
Yes.
important.
no, we sort of, it's a thing. We can't not clean. I mean, we don't take people's trash out for them, but you
Yeah.
can't not clean the bathroom and mop the floor. I think there are rules about occupying buildings. Okay, if you look at our funds, so there are line items and then there are expense categories. 7 is just a summary. But on pages 8 and 9, by both total funds and general funds, we wanted to summarize for you the major categories of spending, and these are largely class lines in the budget, and the change, just so you can see in the aggregate where things are, in case you wanted. In the past, sometimes the House has wanted summaries of that sort to look at and say, all right, what's going on here? What changed on this? What went up here? And the comparison is particularly 26 to 25 adjusted authorized, because that doesn't include Granite Place or anything like that. But if you have any questions on any of those lines, I'm happy to talk about.
Let's talk about the big ones. Software.
Infor, the state we manage, as I think you know, we manage the state's ERP, the state's enterprise resource planning platform, the computer that does everything, the business of state government, HR, payroll, finance, purchasing, everything. Yeah. Pay bills, pay people, and do everything else. We're upgrading. It's the major upgrade when we purchased it. I think they were called Lawson at the time. People may remember was in 2008. 8. Yeah. Drove Sherry away from state government, but she came back. And this is the major upgrade. We're moving to the cloud. The new product is called Cloud Suite. Technically, you can't not move to the cloud. You can't not upgrade your system, or you rely on two 85-year-old men who both want to move to Florida. I think there's some system in state government where that's literally the case. And we're upgrading. It's a lot of work. It's an enormous amount of stress on actually basically my whole department, except plant and property, who aren't doing implementation. They have a different stress. But, and the annual licensing fee for that software is essentially going to go from 1 million to 2 million.
Okay.
And I want to tell you that I think computers are wonderful and very efficient and expensive as all get out. And I feel like there's a whole bunch of people meeting in Bill Gates's house, figuring out how to get money out of the rest of us.
So what the commissioner of DOIT told us was basically that when you're doing stuff by hand and you computerize it, then you get a big savings, right? But once you're already computerized and you go to the next computer, there's no saving, and the vendor knows you're over a barrel, and so costs are going faster than inflation. So
It's a great example. Like with this, we looked at doing a complete reprocurement where we went out to bid and we talked to Workday and Oracle and everybody else who bids in that market, or upgrading with our current vendor, who's one of the big five, but and it's really, really, really expensive to upgrade with our current vendor, and a lot less money than if we went out to bid. And so it's, and so that is a big thing.
okay.
The one thing I'll notice is that yesterday, when Commissioner Stepp from DRA talked about their change in their RIM software, you'll notice that their big increase happened in class 27, because they're operating their RIM system that Operation DOIT supports, so it moved from their capital budget into class 27. This is not in class 27. We pay Infor directly, happens to be class 38, but it's our software line that we pay because we manage the state ERP system. So it's in a different spot than RIMS, but the same concept, that it's that operation of the cloud product.
Okay. All right. The contract for services P&P.
Yeah, plant and property contracted services. So the way we do maintenance in, I want you to look at the line above it, if you would, together with this, because we do some things out of class 103, which would be services, and
So
the other
buildings and grounds.
building and grounds. So this is P&P's plant and property. So these are the contracts: elevator contracts, fire alarm contracts, carpentry contracts. All of the contracts that you'll see in the division lines at plant and property are, during the governor's phase, agency phase and governor's phase, our direction was to hit a 4% number for total funds and general funds in that division in the aggregate, and to figure out and to make sure that what we're billing agencies in the aggregate does not go up by more than, or goes down by 4% as well. And so what we did is we made changes across the division. And in some cases, we took it, when there's room, we then put it in this line. And so what happens in those lines is some portion of the line is existing contracts. And it might be snow plowing, and it might be fire extinguishers. It might be like monthly maintenance contracts, and it might be other work contracts. And then what's left, we use to fix stuff for deferred maintenance. So Donnie Perrin for central facilities, for example, will have a list of the things he wants to fix. And if there's money, we fix them, and if there's not, we don't. So it's deferred maintenance.
And oh, yes, sorry, as Charlie mentioned, the overall for that entire division did go down 4%. So while this specific line increased, overall for the division still went down 4%. And if you notice on the next slide, where this is total funds, the general funds are significantly smaller. They're about less than 10% of the plant and property budget ends up being general funds. Because of the reallocation that goes out to all the agencies in terms of the billing. Now, it doesn't mean those agencies aren't paying general funds.
Yes.
And that's why we didn't keep it flat.
We have to look out for the other
Correct.
divisions.
So our directive, when we were working through our agency of governors phase, our department for general funds went down 4%. We supplied or applied that same logic to our plant and property. So even though it doesn't look like general funds, we still decreased that overall budget by that same 4%.
We could probably show you at some point too, where what the governor's office had wanted from us, although to be honest, it was my suggestion that they should want it, was for us to do a spreadsheet and say, what are your billing agencies? Because I can't come to you and go, oh, we don't have any general funds here, because people pay them. And it's like, DOIT is the biggest thing like that, right? And, DOIT I pay DOT with mostly general funds. And the same thing with plant and property. It's the second biggest thing in state government like that. And so he said, do me a list to go up or down, and you must go down by 4%. So we did. And so we put money there, and it is extra money to do deferred maintenance. It is how we do deferred maintenance is we use the money that's not been taken by the contract increases for deferred maintenance. Having said that, I'm going to be honest with you. It means there's some flexibility there, but if you take it, something won't get fixed.
Yeah.
Although the state has a long
Right,
history of not
Representative-
fixing anything.
Thank you. I've been trying to figure out where it was appropriate to ask this question, so I'm going to ask it now. We're obviously talking a lot to the judicial branch, and I'm trying to understand the interrelationship between DAS and the judicial branch. And I found on your little your handout here, I found page 15. I don't know if that's
That's
the
exactly it.
territory.
Yep.
But it's at the very bottom,
Yep.
so you just, well, because they're talking about the situation with perhaps closing courthouses, and if you could help us with that, I'd appreciate it.
So 15, and the spreadsheet is on 16. There was a time when the courts took care of their own buildings. I want to say the 90s, but don't hold me to that. And it went back and forth a little bit. And then at some point, they decided, I think, we're judges. We're not as good at taking care of buildings. So we take that. We have a bureau called the Bureau of Court Facilities that spends more than $10 million. And we take care of all the courthouses across the state. And when we arrange all the leases for the courthouses across the state, and we do work in all the courthouses across the state. So when I tell you we do 92 or 95 buildings statewide, it includes all the courthouses as well. And that's a big chunk. So that part of our budget is done in concert with them. So for example, Sarah Lineberry is the administrator there who works for Karen Rentamaki. And I said to Sarah and Karen, so here's your target. Your target is 4%. But that's not Sarah's target. It's whatever the Chief Justice says. And because the branch would get its own target, and I know that's a little weird in a relationship, but if they decide we want to cut 20% out of maintenance and 4% out of everything else, they can. And so we maintain buildings in the manner in which they're willing to fund.
So the numbers that we see here are more coming from them?
Well,
Well, they set sort of what they want to do.
they'll
and
set the
then you-
parameter. I mean, what happens is we have actually a wonderful working relationship with them where,
Yeah.
where they trust Sarah implicitly and say, well, what does this cost and what does that cost? There are actually quarterly meetings at the,
I served on that.
Yeah, the
once,
Court
so
Accreditation
That's why I
Committee.
know Sarah.
yeah. And so, and you know that she's knows what
Right.
she's doing. And so we'll work with them and they'll say, well, what about this? Well, what happens if I do this? So this is back and forth. And it's typically Sarah meeting with Diane Martin.
The budget that's here represents where it left really the agency phase. These numbers support where the judicial branch was at the end of their agency phase. And the reason I say that is the governor in House Bill 2 made some reductions to the judicial branch. We didn't make tweaks to our budget because the judicial branch at the time had it made specific decisions, and the legislature hasn't chimed in terms of, do all the courts operate? Do half of them operate? You know, for example, if we decrease courts that we lease, the rent line would come down. If we, if they close courts that we own, then we'd have decreases in our maintenance staff to support those buildings if we're not going to be in them. Electricity would change depending on the volume of the number of courts. So this is a fluid.
So
fluid
after
area.
you finish with the branch, and I don't know that you have, this accounting unit will change based on what you do. But the money for this accounting unit is in their budget as a class 28 transfer to us.
So
But, so when that changes, we will adjust all of these numbers to fit.
in particular, they told us if we wanted cuts, they would cut the courthouse in Hooksett and Goffstown. Are those rented or leased? They're leased, okay. And are these, but are we in long-term leases or can we stop as of July
I mean,
1st?
generally, the state generally has language in leases that allow us to get out when there are no funds. That's a caveat in those leases.
Okay, good.
Well, I think though that that's included in their 4% reduction anyway. They were choosing between Candy and Claremont and they replaced Claremont with, so it's not like if we have them do that, we're gonna get more cuts. That was
My
in their
understanding is the
closed- that was in
agency
their-
phase included
Right. It's not
elimination
additive.
of courthouses, yes.
I understand.
So the other question is just what is the personnel lines then within court facilities? What are those? Those aren't the judges. So who are?
No, they're,
what what are
It's the
they?
maintenance staff.
Okay.
It's building cleaners, construction, everybody.
Okay. All right.
Let me back up. So plant and property has two parallel components, arguably, and one is what we call central facilities, which used to be 2 or 3 bureaus, and 3 years ago, the then governor made us combine them. But he let us at the time keep court facilities a separate bureau, but they all have the same stuff because they all clean buildings, so they have building cleaners. They all have maintenance techs because they all maintain buildings, and they all, I mean, on and on and on. They don't have people, they don't overlap in that, for the most part. I mean, if somebody needs help, that's a different thing. But for the most part, people are assigned to a set of buildings.
Right. So this line, just Mr. Chair, one more thing. So I just want to be clear, this line that we're looking in your budget is the cost of the court facilities and their maintenance.
All of
That's
them,
what
yes.
we're looking at.
That's exactly right.
But it's all transferred from the 100
Right.
plus
No,
million.
I get
from the-
it, but it's also living here.
Yeah, okay.
And when
So-
you make changes, we'll change it.
So back to page 8 of the presentation.
Yes.
So then there's the federal government buying lunch. So what is that?
There's a program called Surplus Foods, and it's run out of the warehouse on Storage Street. It was at one time, years ago, called the New Hampshire Distributing Agency. But the federal government distributes food to lots and lots of, to all states, who then distribute food to, in our case, mostly schools, a little bit of food banks, but mostly schools. And there's an arrangement with the schools. It is federally funded with a $15,000 state match, which is a decent return on $1 million program.
Yes.
And it's going up because of the school districts pay a per case charge for the food that they get, and that per case charge has changed, and it goes up and down when the federal allotment to the state goes up and down. And so it recently went up, which is why you see that.
Interesting.
But it's all federal funds.
Gotcha. Okay, page 9. Oh, this is general, same thing. right?
Same thing in general funds.
Okay.
And you'll notice there's not really any different categories that pop out that we haven't already talked about. So there's, but.
Well, there's rents, I guess.
Yeah, and I can talk, so the rents on this page are fairly small. I will make one comment that on page 8, the rent line went down. So if you go back to page 8, I did want to point this out. So rents other than leases, 4.573, almost 4.6 million, went down to 3.8. Some of that decrease, now obviously some rents go up, some rents go down, but we had, by purchasing Granite Place, that used to be a lease for us, and then we have since purchased it. So the budget for 24-25 reflected still leasing that. So some of these costs have been reflected in 26-27 with that one specific building changing.
And so retiree health, this overall 6% increase over the biennium, I mean, this is just normal increase in health costs, right? I mean, yeah.
So, yeah, we avoided the normal increase in health costs for a while with very aggressive procurement strategies, but we used to always say to fiscal, there aren't any more rabbits in the hat. And so I will say this, it's important to know that we're probably not going to be good at predicting well where 2027 is. A significant portion of healthcare costs are dictated by federal policy and federal reimbursements. And I don't think anyone has a really strong sense today on what exactly is going on in Washington, D.C.
Okay, page 10. This, oh, yeah, sorry, Representative Leishman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So I'm just curious of the number of retirees on the state retiree health plan.
I can provide that for you. We have 10,906 Medicare retirees, and we also have retirees who aren't eligible for Medicare, early retirees, 1,580.
And then one further question. Some time ago, we talked about a small contribution that they would pay in. What are they paying in now? Because I know the state doesn't pay 100% of it, but
Right. Non-Medicare retirees pay 20% of the monthly premium. It's, let me see if I have the figure here. They are paying 167,
Yeah, that sounds right.
right?
month.
And per month. And I feel like that's not right. So let me just verify that for you. When we had the budget trouble with retiree health back in fiscal 16 and 17, and when Charlie was working for the governor as the budget officer, that was the first time we implemented a premium contribution for our Medicare retirees, and they pay 10% of the premium. And you may remember I mentioned when we were last here in late January that we worked with Rep. Ober at the time, and we grandfathered the oldest retirees who had the lowest pensions. And so what obviously happens is new people come into the plan, and then people also pass away. So we are down to 4,759 retirees who are Medicare retirees who are still grandfathered.
okay.
One other thing,
That's a smaller number.
it is a smaller, the one thing I want to mention to you so that you know this too, is over, I think since 2009, the state has been trying to limit who gets through the door to be eligible for retiree health, and that's why you hear there are age limits and years of service limits, right? One of the things the state did back in around the 2010 time frame was we used to pay for the Medicare Part B premium for the Medicare retirees. We don't pay that, and they now pay that. That's what the 167 is the Medicare Part B premium.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
So, so are you saying that 6,000 or so pay 10%
Yes,
Okay, and 4,800 pay nothing,
Correct.
right? Okay, and
They're
then
quite old.
and 1,600 pay 20%. Is that kind of, yeah?
Yes,
Okay, good.
exactly.
All right.
The 1,600 who pay 20%, it's also a much more expensive benefit. The 10% of a Medicare benefit is quite small.
Oh,
And,
less than $80?
Hmm?
It's not $80, it's not half of the 167?
No, it's 10% of 167, so it's 16, right?
Oh.
The Medicare premium, the non-Medicare premium is $1,478. And you might say, why is it so high compared to the Medicare premium, right? It's because
It's
they're
real
not
health
Medicare
insurance.
eligible. There are no
right.
federal funds coming in to pay
Right,
for
right,
part of
right,
their
right,
health
right.
care.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I pay, right? So,
Yeah.
yes.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
So, okay. And so you're saying the 6,000 people are paying like $20 or something?
Yes.
I see. Okay,
We can
gotcha.
get them,
And-
maybe we'll
and-
get them a
and-
one-pager on,
Yeah.
on who pays what.
That was a big change for those retirees back in 2017. There was, it took a lot to get there.
Okay. Is it easy to collect? I mean, is it sort of automatic, or do they have everybody writing a check, or is it?
Well, writing a check is not easy, okay? Because
Yeah.
people don't. And then when you do, you have to hand process them, right? It used to be easier to collect because of the retirement, New Hampshire retirement system. And it's a complicated story, and if you want, I think we talk about it on the side, but essentially, they stopped collecting from certain retirees, and we had to hire a billing service to help us collect. So, it's not easy to collect.
Okay. So we need to talk to them about that, the retirement system?
We should have a longer conversation
Okay,
about
fine.
that.
Okay. All right, we'll make a note of
There are
that.
two sides to every story, and our side tends to be angrier.
So Melissa, Melissa, you want to make a note about this? Yeah. To remind me to do that?
Yep, we can do that.
Okay. Good. So let's talk about the next page, page 10.
So one of the things you had said you wanted to talk about
Yeah.
is programs. And obviously, we do very few programmatic things, but there's a rumor that you have an interest in paid family leave. I stole your sheet.
Oh, that's mine?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Cassie's going to talk about paid family leave because it took 10 years off her life.
It really did, and my life may expire. So I talked about this when we were last here. Paid family medical leave was passed in House Bill 2 of 2021. We implemented it over a period of a year and a half, and we first offered paid family medical leave for sale in December of 23. The structure of the program, I think, is a good place to start because it probably will lay out your questions for you, right? So under the law that was passed, there's a purpose section in that law that says that we, the state of New Hampshire, desire to create a advantageous market for paid family medical leave. And in order to accomplish that, we're going to provide a paid family leave benefit to all state employees. Which is approximately 8,900 people, okay? And that creates the incentive for a vendor, a carrier to come into our state and then administer the paid family medical leave on a voluntary basis. So what that means is that employers in the state of New Hampshire can decide if they want to purchase paid family medical leave for their employees. They decide whether they want base coverage or they want to buy up coverage. And you know, my slides cover what the base coverage is. And they also can decide whether their employees contribute to the cost. Because the program is voluntary for employers, if I'm an employer, I don't have to buy it and I don't have to pay for the whole thing. there are going to be some employees in the state of New Hampshire who will not have access to paid family medical leave. So the other unique thing about our law is it set up something called an individual plan, so that if an employee worked for an employer who did not purchase paid family medical leave or through its own benefit structure have comparable benefits available, an individual can go to this individual group through MetLife, our contractor, and purchase paid family medical leave on their own. There is an annual open enrollment for that individual plan, and this is our third open enrollment, and we now have 1,800 people who have applied for coverage under the
As
individual.
individuals.
Yes. So what do we pay for? What does the state pay for? We pay for the state employee benefit. That is, on the slide on page 10, you see the total funds for fiscal '24 was 1.452 million. Where do you find that? You find that it's spread out in every department's budget in the class 60 associated with employees. It's just a minor piece, and the rate is very reasonable. Sherry, can you say it for me?
Yeah, it's 0.207% of covered payroll is what we pay.
Like 1/5 of 1%.
Yeah, it's the second, in that second bullet, so 0.207%.
And
Or
what-
0.00207.
And
That's covered.
what fraction of these 8,900 state employees make claims?
Well, it's relatively new, so minor. I did send you folks the information with the claims data. I don't have it at my fingertips, I'm sorry. But I'll say it was about 100 people who have made claims in the last year or so.
Okay.
Can I,
Yes.
I just want to add something. So the 0.207 works out, the fiscal '24 was about 1.4 million. And just as a note, it's about 550 grand in general funds statewide. Because if you think about our employee benefits are, if you want to ballpark things, about 40% general funds, 40% or 60% non-general funds, so.
So that the state, the cost of the coverage for the state employees is the contractual monetary basis for our contract with MetLife, okay? And then they provide the voluntary program to employers and to individuals.
When does that contract end?
That contract ends, I put it someplace here, in 2027, I think 12/31/27. And we have other contracts, so 12/31/27, and it has an option to extend for 2 additional years.
So we can't change that in this budget. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that. I think it's important that you know that that's what the contract is, okay? And how we fund that contract is through the state employee premium. So, I'm operating on assumptions. I spoke to Rich Labors, Deputy Commissioner over at NHES, who was here last week. So if the desire is to look at eliminating paid family medical leave, this accounting unit information that you have supports a consulting contract, supports a marketing contract, and supports a very minor contract with a company called Silvertech from Manchester that has produced, we've provided all the content, but our beautiful website that I told you about. So if you desire to eliminate the expense for paid family medical leave, if you cut the state employee benefit, I know that you folks asked Rich, what do you think will happen? And he said, talk to the AG's office. Well, I'll give you my personal opinion, and that's all it is, and for what it's worth. It will be the death knell for paid family medical leave, because it is through the state employee benefit that MetLife makes a profit.
Of course.
Okay? So I think if that profit is eliminated, at best, you see them remain and be passive. But at worst, they say, okay, then we're out of this contract, right? The law required DAS and NHES to provide marketing and outreach for paid family medical leave. There is a bill to repeal paid family medical leave. It is House Bill 517. When I get back to my office today, for what it's worth, I will be sending an amendment to Chairman Hunt, as he requested, to eliminate the marketing responsibilities for DAS and NHES, but otherwise not repeal paid family medical leave. So there are different ways you can look at if you're interested in doing something with this program. What do you do? I think if you eliminate the state employee benefit, my personal opinion is the whole thing will die. If you might decide to gut the DAS operational budget for it.
So, but you said that the contract goes through 2027.
Correct.
So,
MetLife's contract, yeah.
right. So, but I could end it July 1st, 2026 or not?
I think if you decided to eliminate the state employee benefit, I would go back to MetLife and say, this is what it's looking like, okay? And I believe they would say to us, well, that's the whole basis for the contract. We want to terminate the contract. And I don't think the state would have much of a legal leg to stand on to say you can't do that, since it's what we pay them,
Well, that's what we would want them to do, no?
that if that's what you direct.
Yeah, I understand. Okay. I guess anyways, Representative
No,
Wyman.
the other point, just to, so the state spend as opposed to the MetLife spend, it's the 1.4 million that's scattered throughout the budget, which is 515 general funds. And then we can talk in a minute, but the other expenses are all in this accounting unit.
Right.
We eliminated the position, so that's not there. And the small Silver Tech contract and then 2 other contracts.
I get it.
Which we
So we
can
could
talk
save
about if you
a
want.
little bits here and there.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, let me ask you, there's one number we don't have. You have, in this program, there's 8,900 state employees. There's 1,800 private
Individuals,
employees
yeah.
who get it, individuals. So what about companies that buy it for their whole staff?
So I have some updated numbers. Let me find them. I'm sorry, a little bit.
And are they also paying 0.2% of payroll for those people? Is
No,
everybody
they-
paying?
So let me pause because I didn't go into that detail, pardon me. First of all, start on the individual side because it's easy to understand. The law caps the individual pool premium at $5 a week. The goal, as stated in the law, is to have reasonable rates, okay? So if you're MetLife, you're under that pressure anyway. Every person in the individual pool is individually rated. So they're gonna look at my age, they're gonna look at, am I in childbearing age, you know, like, they're gonna rate me. The same occurs for an employer. When an employer says to MetLife, I would like a quote, they provide a census of their employees where they're going to look at male, female demographics, et cetera. And they're also going to look at what other benefits do you provide to your employees, because what they're trying to answer is if an employee has a need to access a benefit, how soon are they going to access mine under paid family leave, right? So every employer is individually rated too, okay?
So,
So you asked me what was the employer enrollment.
yes.
So,
But it's, the state is paying roughly this $5 a week also, a little less, it looks like.
yes, less.
$4 a week
Well,
or something.
Depends on how much you make.
Okay. But on average for these 8,900 people. Yeah. Okay, go ahead. So tell me before I get to Representative Weiler, tell me
okay,
this
so-
number.
We have now 308 employers who have purchased coverage for their workers. Now, remember I mentioned one employer might pay for it 100%, right? But if I say to my employees, you pay 50%, you pay 20%, then I'm going to decide as an employee, do I want to buy this, right? So those employers today, let's see, we have 20, so there's, how many people have access to the coverage? 23,600 people. Actually covered by employers is 13,374.
Great. All right,
Okay.
Representative Weiler.
Why are we hearing this figure of $10 million that this would save the state if it was canceled? It only seems like it'd save $1.5 million.
I don't know why you're hearing 10 million, Representative Weiler, but it is the $1.5 million for the state employee benefit, plus the operational expenses that are on this slide. I lost my slide.
But if you got rid of the marketing,
Right.
that saves $400 million.
If you,
It
a
stays-
1,000, but if you got, let's just say for the sake of argument, that you, and I'm not recommending this, that you got rid of the entire program, you just said, this accounting unit, gone, and we're eliminating the state employee benefit, you'd save about 550 general funds on the benefit, and you could theoretically reduce, we have 700 grand for the accounting unit, so you would save in terms of general funds about ballpark 1.2 million. It's possible that somebody
Per year.
per year, somebody got the wrong end of the stick and told you 10 million, and maybe they missed a decimal point.
And I also remember.
I don't know who told you that, so I can't say.
I don't know, I just saw it somewhere, but also that I saw somewhere you had to be paying in for 17 months before you could exercise this.
Okay, what you're referencing applies to the individual plan, and it's actually in the law. There is a 7-month waiting period before you can file a claim that will be reviewed and accepted. And the waiting period, I remember working with the Department of Insurance at the time, and the commissioner described it as a deductible. It's a one-time 7-month waiting period. So if I purchase January 1, I have to wait 7 months to have a claim, but if I stay in next year and the following years, I never have another waiting period. There is something called an elimination period, which is common in insurance, coverage, and that is a 1-week waiting period, and that the goal of that is there a real claim here? Is it not just I have to
Yeah.
go to a doctor's appointment, you know?
Another thing I read is that the private purchases are mostly women in the childbearing age.
That is, the bulk of the claims experience is for bonding with children. I think that's important for you to understand, what would be the consequence if it were unfunded and the program basically ends.
Now, for the 100 people roughly of state employees who receive benefits, do you know how much in total benefits they got?
They get what anyone gets, which is the base coverage, 60% of their base wages up to the Social Security cap for up to 6 weeks.
Yeah, but I want this in terms of dollars per year total.
I can get you that information.
Okay.
Like how much did MetLife pay?
How
in
much did
claims?
MetLife pay out
Yes.
in benefits?
To those
It's
100 people.
Yeah.
to those 100. I mean, presumably it's less than the 1.42
Oh,
million.
it
that-
most certainly is.
Yeah, but is it 80% of it? Is it 10% of it? Is
It's
it?
going to be a low percentage,
Oh, I see. Okay,
okay?
great.
It's not the big savings that somebody has told.
No, it is not, it's not a huge amount of savings, and there's one more thing I'd like you to know. So when I talk to community groups, because it's our statutory obligation about paid family medical leave, one of the things we talk about is that paid family medical leave is being debated across the country, in every single state and at the federal level as well. And there is a federal bipartisan working group that has recently come out with recommendations, and the New Hampshire model is one of those recommendations. The beauty of the New Hampshire model is that it's really very lean. You're transferring the administration of the program to the insurance carrier. The first time I sat in on a bipartisan working group call, there were states like Colorado and Washington present, and they conduct the administration of their plan. So Rich Lavers and I and our two other staff people, that was the New Hampshire working group, right? Would listen to Colorado talk about how they hired 100 people, right? So if you're going to do this and you think it's important, I think this is the way to do it. You know, it's very, very lean. And I will
Well-
say with a lot of pride, we did a good job to help educate the public.
Okay, but let's suppose that let's just talk about the state employees. Let's suppose that of those 8,900 state employees, the 100 who get the benefit only get $500,000 worth of benefit or something like that. Can we get rid of MetLife and all the external people altogether and give those 100 employees who qualify the $500,000 of benefit? Do you see what I
So-
mean? And
So-
only pay that
Well,
directly. I mean,
if you're interested in the program, continue. And I don't want to argue with you. I'm just trying to explain. So let me know. If you're interested in the program continuing to be available to the public, right? Then I believe that the state employee premium that we pay MetLife is the key to MetLife continuing to honor our contract, okay? It's insurance. Any insurance, you're paying something for every person who's, I'll call it a member, right? And then only certain numbers of members make a claim, right? So I don't personally feel it's about the state employees who have accessed the coverage and been paid. I think it's about, the real issue is the structure of the law that says you're gonna provide this benefit to state employees to create a market to incentivize a carrier to come into New Hampshire and operate this voluntary plan.
right, but
No,
that's
just
not my question, but.
No, just note this. Yes, you could. If we're interested in making sure 8,900 state employees have access to this particular benefit,
Yeah.
you could cut a check for access to that benefit.
Okay.
And if that's the goal, the
With
program.
a little bit of administrative overhead, presumably, but not
Yeah,
$1 million.
probably, because we'd have to, but it's worth noting that if that's the goal, yeah, absolutely, easy peasy.
Okay,
The program wasn't set up to do that.
I understand.
Program was set up as an alternative to a state paid leave program, to a state funded paid leave program.
understand.
And it was to create a private market. And the employee benefit is not there for the state employees. It's there to create a market so somebody would bid.
Right, but it's only 15,000
Well,
people
right
that are
now-
getting,
No, it's not.
You don't know.
We don't want to be in that business.
Right.
It's
That's
not-
like self-insurance.
I'm not disagreeing. I mean, you're absolutely right. And you could
Okay.
absolutely do that.
all right, now we're way beyond our time, and so we're going to have to ask you back at some other point.
We would love
Maybe-
to come back.
Maybe for only a half an hour or something like that, but we'll work it out with Melissa.
Can I just ask some, super easy, how much money do you save if you get rid of the marketing requirement the way you're?
Marketing is,
Is it just, it
I'm sorry.
doesn't,
How much
it
money
doesn't
do we
look
save
like
if
a
we get
lot
rid
of
of
money
marketing?
on this.
Marketing is in class 102. There's a little bit of, it's the very last line on my slide 10.
marketing
Yeah,
is
it's
the
just
250
5,000,
250
right?
and 250.
and the consultant is 450. Spring,
This
which is
one.
a
Okay.
benefit.
So,
All right, gotcha. All
So it
right.
is the bulk of this.
Yeah, it is, actually.
Yeah.
So the outreach is a lot of it.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right,
thanks.
thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, I mean, you're a 50-page agency, so it's like complicated.
If you want to go line by line. I'm ready for that.
I know you would be.
And we haven't done HB2 yet, so we'll definitely try to have you back for HB2 stuff.
Most of our HB2 stuff is very administrative as opposed to for us. So, but yeah.
Okay,
The HB2 doesn't have funding.
well, but we have to talk about it. so-
Dollar-wise, there's.
I understand, yeah. Coming back at 1:15.
I want to get into that family
Yeah, so actually, I think we're going to start on page 288. So we'll invite Mr. Attorney General. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. John Formella, Attorney General, and with me is Kathy Carr, our Director of Administration. Did you want us to go through our presentation, or are you just going to jump right in and ask us about various lines and things?
Yeah, let's go to any page that has numbers on it. Maybe like, so let me give you a little preview of where we're at. Basically, the governor was really optimistic as far as revenues go from our point of view. And so we're going to have to cut things. And one measure we're using of what's sort of the right size of things, or at least part of the input to our process, is what was in the fiscal year 2019 budget compared to today. So, because 2019 was sort of pre-COVID, and it's a good 6 years and so on. And since then, there's been like 25% inflation plus 4% population growth. So you could say, well, kind of a medium sort of number for an increase over 2019 would be 30%, maybe, something like that. Well, in terms of general funds, let's see where you guys are. You guys are, I'm not seeing you. Oh, there it is. Yeah. So you guys really have an increase, a serious increase. I mean, the just from 2019 to 2025, 104%. So worth of general funds, and in all funds, only 37%. So the amount of general funds your department is consuming is, in first blush, very, very high. And so we may have to make more severe cuts here than in other places. So what I'm interested in is these kind of numbers, like you have here on page 3, with, you know, how many cases you're dealing with and all that sort of thing, how many calls, how many, and whatever you can say about how do you measure productivity? Because all of your expenses are attorneys and staff and people, right? And so how do you measure productivity, and how do you think of, you know, so much per case, so much per, you know, so many cases per person or something like that? Or is it so many court cases? You know, I mean, you probably have a difference between criminal cases and non-criminal cases, and, you know, whether something gets settled or goes to court and things like that. But I just wondering, how do we see how do you think of the different departments and whether they're performing well and not performing well?
Yeah, that's a good question. So there's a few different ways we measure performance of the Department of Justice, right? So the first and foremost, I would say, is that every agency in the Department of Justice is no exception, is only as good as its people. So we look to, you know, measure the performance and growth of our individual employees, whether they're attorneys, paralegals, legal support staff. So every employee is evaluated on a regular basis. So I think that's the first. What I would say first is evaluations that are done for each employee. We also look at just hours that people are putting in per week. The legal profession especially is one that often is, you know, we measure, you know, hours people are spending on cases, hours of attorney time. In the private sector, hours of attorney time is how you measure sort of revenue that you're bringing in if you're a law firm. So we measure that. We try to keep an eye on, the number of hours an attorney is spending. It's just working per week. Case numbers is, we provide these numbers to you in our presentation just so you have a snapshot. It's a little difficult, I think, to measure someone's workload or productivity by the number of, quote, cases they have, because every case is different. Some cases are very complicated and take a lot of time. Some cases are pretty quick. And we also we have cases. So we think of cases as active litigation matters, right? Either somebody has sued the state and now we are litigating that case, or we have opened a investigation and even further down the road have filed criminal charges. So now we're prosecuting a case, or we brought an enforcement action. So we have cases. We also measure in matters. The difference between a matter and a case is anytime just an issue has to be worked on or addressed or analyzed, we'll often open a separate matter in our system, which it's called ProLaw. So there are cases, people have a number of cases. They also have a number of open matters they're working on. And a matter can evolve into a case or not, but it still takes work. So, and then we of course measure, and we don't necessarily do this in an exact quantitative way, but we're looking at how successful are we in our cases. Are we winning? Are we losing? We don't just look at that because we have some very difficult cases that we're often on defense on, where we're up against the 8 ball, right? And so we don't just measure in whether we're winning or not. We're trying to look at the quality of work people are doing, the quality of their pleadings, and get a sense of how people are developing as writers or oral advocates. So that's sort of how we measure quality, growth, productivity. But at the end of the day, at the Department of Justice, we are basically doing the work that lands in our lap for the most part, right? So if the state gets sued, we're handling the cases. If crimes are committed, we're prosecuting them. A lot of the types of cases we do, with some exceptions, we will basically do all of those cases. So for instance, we handle all of the murder cases that happen in the state. We handle all allegations of criminal conduct against on-duty law enforcement or state officials. We are the only agency doing Medicaid fraud, right? Drug cases are a little bit different. We do the more serious drug cases, but we also try at times to just take some of the load off of the county attorneys. So we're sort of doing the work that comes to us, and for the most part, not doing the work that doesn't land in our lap. There's some discretion, but we're a law enforcement agency for the most part at the end of the day.
So in general, is your impression that crime is up or down over the last, I don't know, decade, half decade, something like that? Or about the same? Is it?
Yeah. So a couple things on that. I can say until last year, it seemed the number of homicides per year were trending up. Historically, we've had 18 to 19, I guess I shouldn't say homicides, murder cases that come to the Department of Justice, 18, 19 per year. I believe in 22 and 23, we were in the high 20s, so the average number of murders in the state has been trending up. Not in a, I would say, too dramatic sense, but if you think about it from a percentage standpoint, it's pretty significant. But I hesitate to think in percentages when you're starting at numbers like 18 and 19, because you could have 3 or 4.
But this piece of paper says 68.
Well, that for one, that's biennium, but it's also,
okay.
I think homicide cases, both new ones that are opened and cases we're working on, right? So if a murder happens in 2022, the trial's probably going to happen maybe in late 2023, 2024. So we get new cases all the time, and we've still got the cases we're working on.
I see. So this is the number of active cases total over the biennium? Is that
Yes.
kind of what it is?
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
As opposed to the number that was opened and the number that was closed.
Correct.
Yeah, that might be a better way to measure it. Yeah.
Yeah, there are different ways to measure. Like I said, these numbers we have given you, just to be clear and transparent, they're not meant to say to you, this is to really closely track the productivity of the Department of Justice. It's to give you a snapshot. If I were going to try to get into the weeds and track that productivity for you, I think I would have a presentation just based on that and really hone in on these numbers. So I don't want to. And we've presented numbers like this, I think, in just about every budget presentation for, going back as far as I can remember, since I've either been attorney general or governor's legal counsel. This is meant to give you a snapshot. So sure, there are different ways to measure the numbers.
Okay. All right, let's go to the page, I guess it's page 5. So this is recoveries. So this looks like the good news, right?
Yes.
So we've sued other people and received 98 million over the biennium. Is that it?
Yeah. So recoveries is it's meant to encompass both sort of new cases where we've recovered money and also just ongoing settlements, say years-long settlements where we have to do work at the DOJ that brings in revenue. So this number is actually lower than in some past 2-year periods because this number does include the tobacco money. So when you take the tobacco money out of 98 million, we actually in 23 and 24 didn't do as well as we've done in some other 2-year periods. I still include it here because it's revenue the office is generating, because the state doesn't just get the tobacco money by doing nothing. We get it regularly, but we have a lot of obligations we have to continue to meet and a lot of work we have to do to make sure we're getting our tobacco payment, and the DOJ is doing that. So it's work we're doing that's bringing in revenue, and it's a continued recovery. The tobacco settlement is it's an infinite. It's sort of like the time period on that is infinite, right? It's just ongoing indefinitely.
So it's not a certain fraction of tobacco sold in New Hampshire or something like that?
Well, it's based on statistics like that, but also based on the type of enforcement work we're doing. There's a lot that goes into it. So it's formula based, but also based on work we have to continue to do to meet our obligations under the agreement.
Because we noticed that the Liquor Commission does some tobacco enforcement. They have a section where they go and, send a 20-year-old in to buy a cigarettes and, fine people if they sell to them and things like that, right? So
right, yeah. What the state gets is it's based on the statewide efforts, right? So it's not just the DOJ doing, say, the enforcement work, but the DOJ is responsible for tracking everything that's happening.
So you look into that kind of stuff.
Making sure we're meeting our obligations. If we're not, correcting what needs to be corrected so that we don't endanger that revenue stream.
Gotcha. Okay. Opioid settlement, that's OxyContin or something? Is that...
Yeah, so those are the various opioid lawsuits we've brought over the past 6 to 7 years. And we just track the money that is continuing to come in, that we're continuing to recover from those settlements.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it might be better for these to have a little more detail of year by year kind of things for this, for like a 5-year period or something like that. Yes, go ahead, Representative.
So, under DOJ recoveries, you have grant funds managed. Is that a recovery, or what is that category?
So we go out and we apply for federal grants. We bring the grant money in, and much of our grant money is subgranted out to others. So either other state agencies or other entities out in the state. So I included under here. I think we've included under here for a long time because it's not say the DOJ is applying for federal money to do things at the DOJ. I mean, a segment of the federal grants we get do that, but most of our federal grant money comes in, we bring it in, we do the work to go and get it and bring it in, and we send it out.
And could you just clarify when it comes to litigation settlements, that can be very large amounts of money. In the settlement agreement, it's usually clarified how you're supposed to use the funds when they come into the state. It's not like everything can go in the general fund and we can have fun with it, right? But is there some portion of settlement funds that are supposed, if you could just,
Sure.
seems like there's a statute on that. I'm
Yep.
thinking.
So 10% of any amount over $1 million has to go in the rainy day fund. And we are pretty restricted on how we can put stipulations on any settlement dollars we get and where those dollars can go. That's a change the legislature made, I think back in 2013, 2014. It used to be that if we say went out and sued somebody, let's say we settled for $5 million, we could write into the settlement agreement, oh, the money has to be used for this, the money has to be used for that. The legislature has actually tightened that up and restricted us from doing that. That said, the legislature has decided to send certain settlement monies to certain places. Yeah, or the PFAS settlements,
PFAS,
for
I was
instance.
wondering, you
Yeah.
told me before what you anticipated for that, but I don't remember. Did you say 30?
We were estimating around $65 million, and we actually believe the payments are going to start coming in pretty soon in the next month or two. I didn't include that in our recoveries here because the money hasn't actually come in yet.
But it's worthy of note.
Yes, and that goes to the Drinking Water Trust Fund, right? So the legislature has directed where some of this money goes. We at DOJ, for the most part, don't do that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's go to the page, original agency request. So. It looks as though, I see. It looks as though, my microphone's low. It looks as though you asked for less money than what the governor gave you. If I'm looking at page 288 in House Bill 1.
Yes, and I can talk through that. If we prepared the presentation to just try to explain that. Would you mind if I take a couple
Yes, go
minutes to
ahead.
talk through that? Okay. So thank you. The original agency request, as you see here, didn't include a lot of non-state or non-federal grant funds. And so the original agency request, we knew we were coming into tough budget times. We wanted to focus on, really the department's operation, the money for the Department of Justice's operational needs. That was the original agency request. The next page shows the governor's adjustments. The governor we did actually, take some fairly significant reductions in operations funds. We had 6 generally funded positions unfunded, 2 federally funded positions unfunded so that money could be repurposed to other things, and restructured some of the drug task force funding, which included federal funds and general funds. The governor, though, and I support this.
The
Mr. Chair.
unfunded positions were vacant?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Yep. The governor and I discussed some other priorities, though, and these are very important priorities to her, but they encompass some significant non-federal grants. So these do not involve the Department of Justice, like operations for the Department of Justice, but they are funds that go into our budget. And so we have the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. There's $800,000 on top of what we requested. The Child Advocacy Centers and victims of crime, supplemental funds for various programs that support crime victims throughout the state. I've talked about that before. That comes from something we've called sort of the VOCA gap. For many years, we were getting federal grant funds under the Victims of Crime Act, the Federal Victims of Crime Act. Those funds have been decreasing. We had been getting enough to spend about $10 million a year on programs for victims of crime around the state, for victim services. With the federal fund reduction, the governor, just recognizing how important it is to serve victims of crime, recognizing these are critical programs all around the state, supplemented the reduction in those federal funds with general funds. So these are not with maybe exceptions for a very, very small amount of dollars, and I'm talking in the thousands, for the most part, not dollars that relate to the operations of the Department of Justice, but they are appropriated to the Department of Justice so that we can subgrant them out.
Can you point out these three things in House Bill 1?
I can do that if you'd like.
Yeah,
That's
go ahead,
helpful.
Melissa.
It's page 243, and it's class line 73.
Just the last one?
Yep, for the additions, the grants are all in one class line. It's at the bottom.
Oh, all
Page-
three are together.
Yep,
I see. Page 243.
and at the bottom, it's class line 073.
Aha.
Grants
Yeah.
non-federal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And if
then,
you turn the page, there's a footnote that discusses the appropriations for the Internet Child Against Children and the Children Advocacy Centers.
Gotcha. Children advocacy centers. Okay. So these are these victims of crime supplement, these three things, are they all brand new, or they used to get little tiny amounts of general funds?
the victims of crime general funds, so the victim services general funds, these are brand new. We have not before given any general funds to these programs because it's been a federally funded effort. Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, the state has been appropriating general funds for this for a number of years. I think this is flat funded from before. We didn't put it in our agency request this year, but we did get it in the last biennium. So 1.3 million is not an increase from the last biennium. And I say 1.3 million because we had 500,000 in our request. The governor added 800,000. For the child advocacy centers, I think we had 100,000 per year in our request. The governor added 2.8 million. That is consistent though with an HB2 appropriation from the last budget. So these amounts have gone up over the years, but they aren't all, this money is not all new money when you look at the ICAC and the CACs.
Okay. Now, you said victims of crime, there's also federal money as well. Is that right?
Yes.
And what page would that be on?
Kathy's going to help me on the line by line pieces.
And by the way, while we're on page 243, fiscal year 2024 actual has this giant litigation cost that's $7 million going down to $350,000 for the next 3 years. So what's that?
So that is our litigation fund. So as long as I can remember, the legislature has asked, we've gotten a pretty small amount in our budget, and we come back to fiscal every year with an estimate of the money we're going to need for litigation funds. So we've stopped budgeting that because it has never been handled through the budget. We get $350,000 each fiscal year budgeted. We come back to fiscal based on what the needs are going to be. And that really just depends on what cases end up landing with us and how much we need to make sure we cover it all.
We decided years ago that if we put a large fund in there, it became a target for the people that wanted to sue the state.
Yeah.
So if we put too much money in there, I can go get a piece of that. So
Yeah. So that's for the last few years, it's been some number between 6 and 8 million per year.
So
But
does this strictly pay people when we lose a case? Or is this also cover our attorneys to defend us and all this kind of stuff?
it covers outside counsel, outside experts, consultants, depending on how complicated the case is that we may need that.
Okay. Can
Yeah.
you get us a spreadsheet of like 6 years worth of history, including details like that? How much was paid to litigants? How much was our counsel? How much was the different categories?
Yes, we can
Okay,
do that.
thank you.
And I would just Yeah, so yes, we will get that for you, and I would just note that by law, we're required to submit that type of report at the end of every biennium. So we do submit those types of reports to the legislature, but of course, for purposes of the budget process, we'll get that to you for the
Yeah,
last 6
More
years.
like anyways,
Yep.
Representative Wyman, yeah.
On the page where you show your recoveries, and you show 817,977 state debts recovered, what period of time is that?
23 and 24, calendar year 23 and 24.
That's how much you recovered in just 2 years?
That's from debt collection. So what
Okay.
they're usually smaller because by the time it gets to us for debt collection, it means that whatever other agency in the state who was going out to get that money hasn't been able to get it because perhaps somebody who owes the state the money is, at that point
And it's
pretty close to destitute or bankrupt. So we often only are able to recover pennies on the dollar, but we only have one attorney that does that work. So while it's not a lot, the investment I think is worth it. We're probably spending $100,000, between $100,000 and $150,000 a year on the attorney. We're still getting several $100,000 a year in. So
Where did that money go in those years?
it goes into the general fund, right? Or no, do we keep it?
So a portion takes care of paying for the attorney,
Okay.
and the rest of it goes back. A percentage of it goes to the agency that, that needed to collect that debt. So it goes to the agency who's owed that debt.
So it isn't like we see a net positive here very much. Okay, thank you.
Representative Ebel.
Yeah, I think this is what you're saying, but I just want to ask the question again. So I'm looking like on page 43 where it says grants, non-federal. It goes, I don't know, 25 from 450, and then it jumps up to several millions of dollars. So that's, and then later it's general funds. So it's basically this part of she's added that to replace federal funding that is no longer, that's the story?
Yes.
So now it's a general fund appropriation
Correct.
of several million, okay, or 13.
But I'd like to see the page where the federal funding is going down.
Page 278.
Okay.
Yeah, why don't you?
So, we budgeted based on estimates of what we have left over plus what we're expecting to get. We try to be very careful. We knew these funds were going to be going down. So in 25, we were at 8.689 million. We budgeted 6.45 million, but that includes we tried to be very careful with our funds to make it spread out as much as possible. So it does include a little bit of money that we plan on supplementing the loss. We're expecting between probably a $3 to $4 million loss in federal funds. But when you get your federal funds, they're always in multiple years. So we try to spread the money out to serve as many victim services as we can so they can serve the victims.
So to me, this looks flat. This doesn't look like it's declining, right?
Well, in
I had 4
25
and 8 and get 12, and I had 6 and 6 and get 12, and so it's
we actually spent 4.2.
yes.
That wasn't what we were budgeted for 24. 25, we had 8.6. So if you compare 25 to 26, it went down like 2.2 million.
And just to add to that, I think what will get to your question, Representative, is that the federal fund. So the federal funds budgeted in 24 and 25. Well, actually, no, never mind. I'm missing that.
This
Yeah,
is
because
your
so that it's the same federal number.
So do you
budgeted.
think that what's in the budget for 25 is inaccurate, and when we actually get to the end of 25, it won't be 8 million? It'll be more like 4 point something or something.
So the actual expense is not what we contracted out, what we subgranted out. The actual expense is what our subgrantees had spent. in that year. We can only pay them once they report to us what they spent. So that's what we ended up reimbursing those nonprofits and other victim services. We budget what we need to commit. So even though that's our actual expense, we brought those sub-grants forward so we could continue to reimburse.
Okay. Who gets this money?
So we can get you a whole list of there is a large list of victim services that receive this money, and I'll make sure to write that down and get you a list.
Yeah, we've got the list, so we'll just send it to you. I mean, I've got it right here, but we can send you a list. But it is some examples. It's county attorney offices. So the county attorney offices will use this to pay for victim advocates in the office. It's the Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence, and money will go out to all the various crisis centers around the state. It's the child advocacy centers. So the child advocacy centers also get some of this money in addition to separate money. Organizations like Catholic Charities do work with victims. CASA, some cities, municipalities, if they're paying for victim advocates in their police departments. So it's a wide range of different organizations, but it's all pretty much all either government, local government, or nonprofit who are doing work for victims. So
Okay.
we can get you the full list. I have it right here. We can send it to you.
Yeah. So it's like shelters as opposed to a victim's not getting a check, right? It's more like a victim is out of their home and then they're in the shelter or something like this, right?
So it's a victim advocate. So it'll fund a victim advocate position who helps a victim navigate the criminal justice system as their case is going through court. There are programs that provide sort of maybe some temporary housing assistance for victims in certain situations, but that's not where most of this money goes. But I wouldn't want to say that there are no instances in where some of this money goes directly to a victim, but that's not really the primary purpose of this money. It's more for services for that victim, people who help a victim as they navigate the criminal justice system, or as that victim tries to access other services that they're eligible for. You have someone there who helps them do that.
I see. Okay. Great. How do you decide who gets what?
Yeah, so we do an RFP process. We have applications come in from organizations around the state. Our grants management unit goes through a process to evaluate all those, look at what they're proposing to use the funding for. Recommendations come to me. I look at them. I sign off on them. We do grant agreements. We take it through the governor and executive council. So there's a long process involved for deciding who gets what, and a lot of eyes on it.
And how much is expenses for all that? Is there several full-time people or?
We have, let me just make sure I get these numbers right. We have a grants management unit that manages all of our grants. Yeah, so not just the
Is this the biggest
victim
one?
services grants. Yeah.
So this is their total budget, but not all of them do victim.
Yeah, but what do we have? 4 full-time
We have
in the grants management unit? 6 full-time in the grants management unit, 6 full-time employees. But one of the functions that they provide, which I think is really important, and it's important to understand for the grants, and this is pretty consistent with a lot of grants the state gives out. We don't just write a check for $250,000 and send it out to an organization. We say to an organization, once it's approved, you now have a grant for $250,000, but the money is dispersed on a reimbursement basis where we're continuing to review what they're doing, the expenses they're incurring, and we're reimbursing for those expenses. That takes a lot of time and effort. So that's part of what the staff in the grants management unit do. They also manage all the applications. They're always on the lookout for other grants that the state could potentially go out and get.
Yeah, so this is the 5 people on page 270.
Well, there's
Yeah.
one. There's one. So there's 5
Yeah.
permanents and
You can-
temporary. Oh, no.
5 permanents and 1 temporary.
Oh,
You
and
can answer
there's more on victim
Okay.
services. I see, another 3 on page 271,
No, well, 265.
and another, yeah, and some people in 272.
269 is the.
Yeah, I
big
see,
one.
there's a whole bunch here. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So it might be helpful to have grants as a whole, a separate spreadsheet, and again, with historical information, right? Each one, historical expenses for grants, something like that, yeah? Okay. Any other questions on this area? No, we're good, okay. All right. All right, this is good. So, last page here, or is this, yeah. With additional grants, without additional grants, I see. All right, one thing we've heard from some other commissioners is that the governor at some point asked them to prepare even further reduced budgets than their basic budget. And did they ask you to do that kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay. And did those reductions make it into the final budget or not?
Yes. All of the reductions we prepared for the governor made it in to our budget.
Okay, because I've heard from some others that that was not the case. Yeah.
It may be, but and I can't sit here and represent to you that the reductions we were asked to prepare were as large as reductions other agencies were asked to prepare. But what I can confirm is that the reductions that we were asked to prepare all made it into the budget.
Gotcha. Okay. And from this, it looks like, except for the grants, you are spending less.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Now, are you, so of your however many positions, let's look at that. 208, all right. So you have 196 positions. I'm on page 288. So you have 196 positions, 131 are unclassified. I'm assuming those are all attorneys.
Attorneys, investigators, victim witness specialists,
And-
medical examiners.
And there's about half that number are regular assistant classified positions. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Now that seems like a very high ratio of chiefs to Indians, I guess, if you want to. Do you know what I mean? Because I think about like the judiciary, right, where there's one judge and 5 staff or something like that, rather than here, it's 2 attorneys for 1 staff. Yeah. Is it always been like this? Is it?
That is, so if, yeah, in any law firm, it's very common to have, more attorneys than support staff. So
Interesting.
For one, I'd say the breakdown between unclassified and classified, we may not be the highest percentage of unclassifieds of any agency, but we're certainly one of the highest. Every lawyer is an unclassified position, but that goes all the way from the most junior lawyer in the office who may have a year or 2 of experience to me, the attorney general, or there are people in the office obviously who have many more years in the law than I do. So every lawyer is unclassified. So that's different than most agencies throughout state government. Usually in an agency in state government, it's only the most senior people who tend to be unclassified. All of our lawyers are unclassified. All of our investigators are unclassified, even from the least experienced to the most. All of our victim witness advocates from the least experienced to the most. It's a unique, we are a unique agency in that sense.
Okay. And so how many of these are vacant and unfunded and that sort of stuff?
So
The vacant. Do you want to know the unfunded?
Yeah, start with vacancies and then
well, I believe
how
it-
many of those are funded and how many are not funded.
Yeah.
Six that we are vacant, 8 that are vacant unfunded.
So 8 vacant unfunded. And what are our total vacancies?
So
Is
our
it
total vacancies
22?
is- yeah.
But does the 22 include the 8?
No,
Okay.
but some of these are part-time, so if we,
Oh, some part-time?
yeah.
Yeah, I believe, I mean, the numbers I have here, I think we have 22 total vacancies out of 213 temporary and permanent positions. Does this number include part?
No.
Okay. The 213 does not include part-time positions. So we have 213 full-time temporary and permanent positions. 22 of those are vacant. 8 of those were unfunded in the governor's budget.
Okay.
Out of the
22
213.
vacant.
Yeah, out of the 213.
Yes,
Yeah.
out
Gotcha.
of the 213.
Okay. All right. So the other two general questions I have is I want to ask about the YDC lawsuit status. And I remember the last 2 years ago, you said to us, you have sovereign immunity and you can decide who can sue you and how for details, right? Could we require all the victims to use the settlement process and not sue us in court?
I think the way I interpret that question is basically could we change the law such that we don't waive sovereign immunity to any extent, so that anyone who falls in the category of the victims who have sued the state would not get a claim against the state in court. Their only option would be to use the settlement fund. We may face, I'm going to be a little, I want to be careful in answering a question like
depends.
this. Well, it depends. And here's the thing. The reason I'm going to be careful in answering a question like this is because if you were to decide to make a change like that or a similar change like that, and then we get sued about that,
Of course.
I have to defend that action. So I don't want to sit here and say, if you do X, Y, Z, that's
I understand.
illegal. But we may face challenges if we did that. It depends. And it depends to what extent the legislature were to attempt to do that.
Okay. But you wouldn't refuse to defend us in that circumstance, or I don't know. I mean, is it, how can you do it? Is it a, can you say we're 90% likely to win such a case, or 10% likely, or it doesn't work that way?
The advice I would give you, and I would want to do it in an attorney-client privilege setting and not in public, is whether I think there's a colorable argument, at least just a colorable, non-frivolous argument that we could make to defend an action the legislature was going to take. Because as long as we can meet that threshold, we would always defend it.
Okay. The other part about the YEDC I wanted to ask about is, as I understand the way the process or the law that we passed works, is that of the payments, 2/3 go to the victim and 1/3 goes to their attorneys. Is that something we can change or not?
Yes, that's something we could change in the statute. And the one clarification I would say to that is that what the statute says is that the attorney fee can't be more than 1/3, right? Which I think is important, and we do try to reemphasize. And the administrator has awarded fees in some cases less than 1/3. So 1/3 is the maximum.
I see.
The additional factor to keep in mind is that to the extent a claimant or a victim has a separate agreement with an attorney on the side, we can't really control that. So once the claimant has their money, if they had a separate agreement with an attorney that the attorney would get more, and they decide to honor that agreement and pay it to the attorney, it's not something that the state can control.
I see. Yeah, I've heard of cases where attorneys are lending money to victims, and then they have separate agreements on how they get paid back and things like that. Yeah. Okay. The reason I'm asking that particular question is we hear from the judiciary, and I assume the same thing is true in your office, that just the sheer volume of these cases is costing a lot of expense. And so I'm looking for a way to somehow share that expense with the other parties, right? So now, and then the last question I want to ask about this, the governor did not put the ongoing $75 million a year into the budget. So to what extent are we obligated to do that? I mean, what I remember from 2 years ago was that we sort of made that agreement that, you know, for the next 10 years, we're going to put $75 million a year in the budget to cover this expense.
So the first part of the answer to that question is the legislature is not legally obligated to continue to put 75 million in per year. The second part of the answer to that question is just a reminder that the 75 million is a cap. It's an annual cap. It's not a floor. So it's an annual cap. It's the number up to which the administrator can authorize payments. So I could see why the legislature, you know, some legislatures might say, well, if the cap is 75 million, we'll budget 75 million, but you're certainly not required to do that. But you're also not required to continue to put the money in. I think there was a part of the reason for putting in the annual cap was to say, as long as we continue to do this fund, we at least know we're not going to put in more than 75 million per year. And I think the 10 years stems from, well, if we keep this fund going for all of the claimants that we expect to file claims, that might be the period of time over which we need to spread these payments out and keep this fund going. That does not mean, though, that the legislature has legally obligated itself to continue that. And in fact, I think as is discussed all the time in the legislature, one legislature generally can't bind another, right? Can't require a future legislature to make certain appropriations. And we did not, at the Department of Justice, sign any type of binding legal document that would bind the state to that type of obligation.
Well, but on the other hand, when you make a settlement with somebody, don't both of you sign some kind of agreement?
For individual cases, yes. Right. So once we have made an award to an individual claimant, the state is bound to that.
Okay.
But we are not bound to continue to fund potential awards to claimants that haven't actually gotten an award yet.
Oh, are you saying that we're only settling with people with money we already have allocated? And so therefore, suppose the next guy down the list wants to settle. Do we say, sorry, we can't settle yet because the fund is empty?
Yes, we and the administrator and I have discussed this. I mean, if we think the funds are going to run out or have run out and we can't fund further settlements, we're not just going to continue to make further awards or enter into further individual settlement agreements. Yeah, we're not going to do that.
Okay. So everybody who's settled, the money is there for them.
Everybody who has settled so far, yes, the money is there with this caveat, right? So to the extent that we've had some people get awards, let's say a $1 million award paid out over 8 years.
Sure.
If the fund runs out and we don't make any more settlements, there may need to be some amount of money put in the future to make sure we fulfill those obligations. So I can't say that every single dime is in the fund to be enough to pay all of those out, but it wouldn't be a large amount of money if we stop today. If we stop today, I could envision even in a couple years needing to put a little more money in to continue to honor those ongoing agreements.
Okay. Representative Cambrils.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So how much is in the fund right now? And did you collect the 75 million for this year already?
No, so we were appropriated, or the fund, I should say, was appropriated $60 million for this current fiscal year. Which at the time this fiscal year started, the fund was about at zero. So that we basically started the fiscal year with that 60 million. There is, depending on how you calculate it, 26 to 29 million remaining in the fund as of today.
He's already sent us a letter and he needs more. He'll be here shortly.
Yeah, and I would, when you say he, you mean the administrator.
Yeah, he's on our schedule for today, but I wanted.
Which,
This is our claim line.
oh, okay.
These
So,
are all kind of spoken for.
so it looks like it's actually 32.3 million is available?
32.38.
Okay. Yeah, so with 5.5 pending, so it's actually more like it's 27 million. Like I said, depending on how.
It's a significant amount of money
Yes, yes. We're not on the verge of running out.
at this moment. Okay,
Yeah,
I
at this
see.
moment.
So are you finding that many victims are not inclined to go the settlement route? I
Well-
mean, can you tell?
I would say the pace of, or the rate at which victims are filing the settlement fund has increased. I think we have over 1,000, just over 1,000 victims have now filed in the settlement fund.
Oh, I
So the rate has significantly increased, but a lot of those filings are more recent. So it will.
So it takes a while for the whole process to,
Oh, yeah, it would take a while to get through all 1,000 of those. I think we've resolved somewhere between 250 and 300.
originally your estimate was that 1,500 would end up being involved. Is that still correct?
As we sit here,
I
given
don't
that,
mean in settlement. I mean as either in cases or in settlements. Yeah.
yes, I would say as we sit here today, that estimate I still think is pretty close to the ballpark, given that it's just over 1,000 and the deadline is going to be June 30th. The deadline to file is June 30th. And we have not hit the 1,500 number in lawsuits filed in court. So I think 1,500 around that would still remain my estimate. But if the pace really picks up right at the end, it could end up being more.
Now, do people both file in court and file for a settlement?
Many have filed in both because many started out by filing lawsuits in court. But if you have a pending lawsuit and then you file a claim in the settlement fund, you have to pause your lawsuit while your settlement fund process plays out. And then if you accept what you get in the settlement fund, your lawsuit goes away.
I see. Thank you. Did I see a hand? No? All right. Representative Weiler.
Why did we stretch out the deadline? Thought it was gonna be the end of last year. Filing.
I sort of remember that the administrator asked for that. Right?
Yeah, it was part of the so when the deadline's now been extended a couple of times and changes have been made to the fund, based on discussions with claimants counsel and the administrator and our office and the governor's office. It was a compromise, right? So we've had a couple different compromises as we've gone through this process, and the last round of discussions, the last compromise that resulted from the last round of discussions involved extending the settlement fund deadline by 6 months.
Representative Cambrils.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you think it's likely they're going to ask for another extension?
There could be a request for another extension, and I am perfectly comfortable saying publicly that, putting aside every other point that we've discussed about the settlement fund and what might happen, I would absolutely recommend against any more extensions. If we are going to maintain the settlement fund, and that's a discussion that has to continue to be had with the governor and the legislature, we absolutely should not extend the deadline again. At some point, a decision has to be made. There has to be a deadline that comes and goes so we have a sense of what the full scope of this is. So that is my recommendation, that we should not extend the deadline again.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So that would basically lock out people from filing for the fund that we've established. It doesn't prevent anybody from suing in the future anyway, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. The other item I have on my sort of general questions list, we have a member of our committee who's very concerned about DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And President Trump just recently made a executive order canceling all that kind of stuff from the federal government. Are you aware of any of that either in your department or in the state generally? Those kind of initiatives or those kind of...
I'm not aware of anything within our department that would fall within the scope of what's covered by the president's executive order. And we're working with all of the agencies across state government, as we typically do whenever there's a new requirement or prohibition, to look at the various programs people have, whatever grants they have, whatever other contracts they have, to make sure that there's nothing that would be in violation of the president's executive order. I'm not going to sit here and say I think we have none or we have no contracts or programs or grants that would fall within the scope of the president's executive order, but I don't think it's going to be a large amount at the end of the day, and we're going to be working closely with agencies to make sure that we don't have anything that is out of compliance.
Okay, on an ongoing basis. Right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
The state does a lot of things, so there's no way to answer or do an analysis like that overnight, but we're working hard to get our arms around it and make sure we stay in compliance with any federal or state requirements.
Okay. All right, so we're kind of out of a... Yes, go ahead, Representative Yu.
I know you have a lot.
Well, no, but I'm going
Yeah.
to say we're about
You're
out of time. Yeah.
Just could you clarify what the statute of limitations is for the YDC cases to file in Superior Court? How the statute of limitations works in that? Will that take another 10 minutes?
It won't take 10 minutes. I wish it were a simple answer, but it's not. So for someone who had a claim that arises when they're a child, typically the statute of limitations, or the black and white statute of limitations, would be 3 years from that person's 18th birthday. But there's something called the discovery rule, which says that the statute doesn't start to run until that point at which you either did discover or should have, through reasonable diligence, discovered your injury. And so this is a fact-specific inquiry for every individual case. So while all of the claimants pretty much that have sued the state sued long after 3 years from their 18th birthday, so far as we've litigated these cases, the court has said we have to do a statute of limitations analysis for every individual case to determine whether the discovery rule saves that individual lawsuit. So there is no easy broad strokes answer to that question, unfortunately.
Yes, Representative Leishman.
Before the Attorney General leaves, obviously the Human Rights Commission is kind of under your jurisdiction, and you are aware of the audit. And they're coming before us, I believe, next. Do you have any comments how we should proceed with the Human Rights Commission, since they're kind of embedded in your department?
So I was planning to stay for that and the settlement fund presentation, just because I figured you may have questions, but I'll take a quick shot at answering that. They're not really embedded within our department. They are administratively attached to us, which means we help them with some HR and payroll and other sort of administrative things. But in addition to that, I will say we are counsel for all agencies in state government. So we do have a lawyer that's assigned to them to help work through these issues. So I'm aware of the issues. There's a lot there that needs to be worked on. We take it very seriously, and we want to work through it. But they're not, I wouldn't say they're embedded with us or under our jurisdiction, because at the end of the day, we might file, at least someone who's not their counsel in the office might be filing claims in the Human Rights Commission. So they're a separate quasi-adjudicative body. So they're not embedded within the DOJ.
let me follow up with a slightly more general question, because we have a number of these kind of agencies, right? We've got the BTLA, we've got HAB, we've got the pension, the employee relations board, and all these kind of things that are these quasi judicial things. And I think in all cases, people could go to court if they wanted to, or they can go that way, right? Is your general, and from what we can tell financially, they're very expensive. They're not that cheap per case in terms of our expenses. They may be cheap per case in terms of not having an attorney and filing fee kind of things. But often these little boards are, their expenses can be $10,000 a case or something like that. So do you have any impression about how valuable these kind of things are or not? Anything you want to say about that?
Sure. Just as a general matter, one of the reasons to have some of these more specialized boards is so that you have people adjudicating the cases who have an expertise in an area that might be unique, right? Courts obviously have to deal with every type of case. So I think one of the reasons these types of boards exist is for specialization. That said, my impression is there are probably some efficiencies that could be gained there, but it's something that I would be very hesitant to really opine on off the top of my head, but it may, especially as the governor is undertaking these efficiency efforts with the Commission on Government Efficiency. I mean, that type of thing, I think, is a topic that we as a state could be looking at.
Thank you. So I think next, thank you very much. So let me talk to Melissa. We may or may not have to ask you back, but I'm definitely going to try to get your data in a different form that makes it easier for us to see the history. Right?
Absolutely. And happy to provide feedback in response to any follow-up written questions. That often is a very good way for us to make sure we're getting you the information you'd like to see.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, so let's take a couple of minutes, and I want to talk to Melissa, and then who is coming next? Is it Human Rights? Yes, okay, good. So we're back on page 288. I guess we'll be back out of recess, I guess. On page 288, we have the Human Rights Commission.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Um,
Are we
the
missing somebody?
human rights person isn't here yet. They thought they were coming at 2:45.
Oh,
Kathy can speak to the budget if you
Okay.
want straight budget questions from DOJ. She's prepared to speak to those, but she wouldn't have the details of any, maybe of the audit questions.
yeah,
the
just
audit sheet
our
that-
usual questions. There's 15 people or any unfunded, or, you know. Yeah, this, I printed for you. I also emailed them.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So
They got the
Apologies.
time wrong, yeah.
apologies for this. There was an initial email that had gone out that had a different sequence of events, and so Katrina Taylor, who is the acting assistant director, was planning on the 2:30 time frame. She will be here, so. But I'm happy to answer any questions on the budget.
Okay, so there's 15 people. Are any of these vacant and or unfunded?
Yes, so if, that we stayed relatively flat for the budget. We ended up unfunding a full-time secretary and a part-time secretary position. And that saved about, 94,000 in 26 and 98,000 in 27. And then they had a little small, those two positions had federal funds to help also. So those went away. And then we did an offset of the general funds. So the federal fund net was a net increase of what was estimated that the federal funds would be that they would receive. So it ended up reducing the general fund by about $75,000 in 26 and about 20 something in
Right.
in 27.
And I'm guessing there's several vacant, or at least there were in 2024,
Yes.
because,
So I had sent out a vacancy list. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's 5 full-time positions and 1 part-time position that is vacant at the moment.
okay. Do you know, in terms of the number of cases they get per year, how many they get? New ones, and how many they close, old ones?
I do not have that current information
Okay.
for that. But we can send it to you.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, I've got the audit that fiscal looked at a week or two ago, and they've
Go
got
ahead.
like 259 cases pending. How many are filed each year doesn't say, but they do have 259 pending, and some of them are older than 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah, so I like to know the flow kind of more than the, because some of them could be quite old, right? So,
Yeah,
yeah,
there's quite a few that are.
okay. And they're in RSA 354A, apparently. Is that right? 354-A. So I haven't had a chance to look at that audit. So I just hear it's so horrible. So what specifically has happened on it? Microphone.
A lot of the cases took almost 3 years. And then there was a section in the back where the people that had appeared before it were asked to appear, to write a criticism. And there were several that said, you know, it was worthless going there because you lost the time. A lawyer, someone would ask for a lawyer, the lawyer would file the case there. Some of them would say, if I haven't heard anything in a year, I'll file in the court, because otherwise, after 3 years, you can't file. So then you've exceeded the statute of limitations. So from one of the criticism where everything took too much time, you might file a case and not hear for a year whether anything was done. And then 2 years go by, and now they're finally calling for witnesses, and they don't even interview all the witnesses that were put in the claim. So there was a lot of complaints about incomplete and hastiness and lots of delays. So
And
I'd
justice
like to-
delayed is justice denied, that kind of thing.
that was stated, yes.
I'd like to add that 20% of their cases went beyond the 3-year statute of limitations, which precluded those petitioners
Yep.
from going to court. The thing was really counterproductive to what it was intended to do.
So is this one of those things where you get to decide when you have such a case, you either go Superior Court or you go here, and from here you can go to the Supreme Court? Is that the,
Or superior.
I mean, to appeal,
Yeah.
if somebody wants to appeal, yeah, okay. All right. And what fraction of their cases, they do both housing and employment, right?
It was like almost 90% were employment.
Mostly employment, okay. All right.
I think if he's got it there, he's got the diagram.
Okay.
There's a circle
Yeah.
diagram showing how many.
Yeah, Chairman Weiler is correct. Housing accounted for 9 cases, 3.5%. Public accommodations, 20 cases. Public education, 3 cases. Employment, 227 cases.
I see. Gotcha. So it's almost all employment, okay. Yeah, so clearly, it seemed to me, thinking about this, that the Attorney General is really not overseeing these people, right? I
No,
mean,
just
it's like,
administratively
they're
attached.
just sort of,
I'm gonna go
yeah.
get my copy of the audit.
Okay. And so, I mean, we could, and clearly something should be done with it to make it better, right?
Well,
So,
there was an attorney that was, they sent out requests for comments from different people, and there was one particular comment that struck me, that one attorney had been practicing before them for as many as 20 years, and his comments were, the commission's investigation process has been, in my opinion, terrible in the past years. And he said he's been practicing, or she, before them for 20 years. So this has been a long ongoing problem. And again, as the LBA pointed out, the cost is millions of dollars and
yeah.
at some point, changes obviously need to be made, or
Right, so the first decision is, do we want this, non-judicial judicial function to exist, right? Do we just want to say to these people, go to court, right?
which is their option.
Which, yes, Representative Evil.
So I guess the thing that I struggle with is if the failure of the commission to do the work it needs to do is because they are chronically underfunded. Because I just remember them coming in there, the director was trying to do secretarial duties, or, there was just a lot of, and so it's hard to unwind how much the chronic underfunding is the cause of these problems and how much just their management skills are part of the problem. I mean, it's really hard for us to unwind those two things. So if one of the arguments is underfunding, and if they've been underfunded by millions of dollars, how much money would it actually take to get them so they were functioning? And it might be way more than we have. I mean, maybe you guys have an opinion on that, but that's just what I hate to really call them on the carpet if they haven't been given the tools to do what they need to do.
I believe in the last budget, we gave them more than they had requested because it was one of their prioritized needs to have at least 4 additional people. Now, whether those people were hired or not, but we did provide more investigative funding.
So the question even then was, they had to dig themselves out of such a hole. But anyway, I just wanted to raise that.
Sure. Okay. So the first question is, we can say to these, just get rid of it, and then people go to court, right? Which is sort of the normal.
They could also go to the Federal Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, which is the federal funds that come in. When they finish a case, they do get money from the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. But anyone could go to them initially.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or court.
Okay. Or court. I guess, well, this is probably one of those situations where it's both against federal law and against state law
Right.
to discriminate, right? And so somebody could decide, I'm going Fed versus I'm going state, right? So, yeah.
But the whole idea of this group, all right, of this division, was to speed things up, all right, and make it less costly, speed it up so you wouldn't have to go to court and you wouldn't have to get in line and wait. And based on the audit report and the history of it, it's just the opposite. They're actually taking so long that 20% of their cases end up being precluded from going to court because the statute of limitations is run. So we have a group here, or a division here, that's counterproductive to the reason they were originally set up.
So an interesting fact, Mr. Chairman, is on page 14 of the audit, as of February of 2025, the commission had 21 authorized positions, of which 12 were vacant. So why they're not filling those positions is obviously leading to the delays, perhaps.
I think it's,
Maybe, yeah. Okay,
And out of
so,
the 21 positions, 6 were added by the legislature in 2024. So there were 6, we gave them 6 new positions, not 4, as I said earlier.
well, but in the book it says 15.
I know, that's why
They-
there's obviously some there's a mix up there somewhere,
I
but
guess.
So there's some temporary part-time positions that they
Oh.
may be including. There were a few temporary part-time, not full-time
You're right.
positions, and those are not included.
There
Right.
was also some criticism of the investigators didn't know how to investigate.
Yeah, so you're right. If you look on page 289 on line
Says
50, it looks like we budgeted 130,000 for temps in the last budget,
Yep.
and they only used 30, right? So there's a lot of people they could have hired for that as well. Okay. Well, so again, the one choice is get rid of it, tell people to go to court. The other would be to put them under the aegis of somebody else, right? Who and so that they could have a boss, right? And they could have somebody who's running it, who could be related and maybe be a better management person over this activity. Yes, so the two I thought of, that's one, right? One is the Labor Department, right? Most of these cases have to do with labor. I spoke to the Labor Commissioner. He would be willing to take this on as a task. And presumably we do it in a way that he can hire the people he wants to hire to do this job. But that's one possibility. The other one that occurred to me as we were going through our hearings was the Labor Relations Board. They have that board that does labor cases, right? But those are union type cases, right? And these are discrimination. Maybe it's not as great a fit. It's just my impression of that board was I really liked their structure. Their structure of that board is that they have those 9 experts, right? 3 attorneys, 3 of this, and three labor experts, and 3 of that. And whenever they decide a case, they say, okay, give me 1 attorney, give me 1 labor expert, give me 1 of these, right? And those 3 people form a little board to decide a case. And it seemed to me that was a very efficient way to do things. But that particular group had 4 employees, and they're only doing like 100 cases a year. So it seemed to me they were a little overstaffed for the workers part of it, right? So that they might have, with some additions, they might have some extra capacity. So that was the other possibility, that or the Labor Department, if we wanted to continue this this activity. You know, give it another shot, basically, right?
Send them to the feds.
Yeah, or send them to, yeah, just say no, right? I mean, you know. Yeah. Okay. Hi. We're sorry about the timing, the scheduling problem.
No, I'm
Yeah.
very sorry, very sorry.
No, it's our fault, I think.
So, good afternoon. My name is Katrina Taylor. Thank you for this opportunity. I am temporarily the acting assistant director. So I was just here to present on behalf of Ani, who could not be here today. So I'm happy, I don't know how far you've gotten, but happy to answer. Any
Yeah, we've been
questions?
talking about the audit that came out of your
Okay.
agency. And do you want to respond? I mean, it shows a lot of problems, basically.
So
Yeah.
I unfortunately can't respond on behalf of the commission. I know I can say that on behalf of current staff and myself and the commissioners that I've spoken to, we've already taken many steps to address some of the things that were brought up in the audit, even before the audit report came out. So we have already gone underway with that. We absolutely agree with many of the recommendations, and we really think, we are confident that we could achieve that.
Okay. Now, why have you been, you have 15 positions available, but you're only at like 2/3 strength.
Yes, so most of these vacancies became vacant before I became acting assistant director. So I have put in hiring waiver requests as, with the commissioner's approval, to fill these positions. Because once again, I believe fully staffed, we are going to, you'll see a significant change in how things are processed.
But these have been in the budget at least 1.5 years already.
And
yeah.
They were full.
Yes,
So we
and,
filled every but one.
right.
So all of the positions were filled at one time except for one. Vacancy dates are last May, October,
Mhm.
2 in October,
Yeah. and
one in December, and one in June. So they were all at one time full except for one position. I just wanted to let
Okay,
you know.
so in that case, when they're full, why do we have some cases going on for years?
So again, I want to go back to the backlog that was referenced in the audit report. There was a misclarification, I think, because there are no cases from the 1980s that are currently open with the commission. I want to make that very clear. A backlog, which means a list of cases waiting to be assigned, that's what we define as a backlog, has existed since before I was born. So that was a historical issue. Now, when the more cases come in, and when our budget got cut, I believe it was in 2011, they were down to 4 investigators. So they already had a backlog, and then the staff was cut. And then we were able to get some more staff, thank you. And we've seen a reduction, but we obviously keep getting a flurry of cases. Our case numbers have gone up over 60% in the past 5 years. Just as an example, for this year alone, we do statistics federally by our federal fiscal year, so I go October to September. So we're only 4 months through, and we have already had a third of the cases filed this year than we had total in 2024. So the number of cases that are coming in is a significant number. It's still, they're coming in, and we are processing them as best as we can.
All right, how many cases came in 2024?
In 2024, I think I have that on me. I want to say 285. Yeah, all total 285 were filed in 2020.
And how many were closed?
243.
Okay. And how much hours of work does a typical case take?
I don't know if I could put a qualitative number on it because it's a case by case basis. The problem that I've seen in my historical time with the commission is the length of time that is the problematic is that time that it's waiting to get assigned to someone. So we docket it right away. We process it. We notice the respondent. And then that sitting process is the 1.5-year process that's usually referenced because we're processing those. My investigators, they process cases, they get an evolving caseload. It's not like they close 25 in a year and they're done. They constantly, as soon as they close some, they're getting more. It's just constant. So the investigation part could take anywhere from 2 months to 12 months on average. If cause is found, then it goes to a legal procedure, which could lengthen the stay of the case.
So why 2 months? I mean, 2 months.
It all depends on the case. That's if both parties might agree to settle the case when an investigator gets assigned. They're like, maybe we don't want to keep producing documentation. Maybe we don't want to extend this any longer. Maybe we can resolve this. We get a lot of that when it first gets assigned to an investigator. It could be a matter of there's enough evidence there to say, hey, yes, this is probable cause. We need to move it forward, or vice versa, that there's no evidence and it's very apparent when you first get that case.
Okay.
Sometimes there's an attorney that would like to file an amendment. They would like to request documentation. They request extensions. Pro se parties request extensions as well. And we've been historically pretty lenient on allowing those things to happen.
Does the most of the claimants have attorneys or no?
I wouldn't say most. A good portion do, but I think the reason why they come to us is because they don't need an attorney to go through our process. It's much more clear cut than a court process is.
Okay. And all right, just a moment. And one last question. So you're saying that your backlog grew by 42 cases in 2024. How much is the backlog today?
As of today, because like I mentioned, that increase, our backlog is up to 395.
Okay.
There was over 100 cases filed in just the month of November this past year.
Are they mostly employment?
That month, it was public accommodation was the number one, but generally we do mostly employment because especially with our EEOC contract.
Gotcha. And all right, Representative Weiler, then Representative Campbell.
What's the most common complaint on the employment charges, and how are they usually resolved?
In regards to on the basis, as in disability, age, is that what
What's most common?
Disability discrimination is most common, I would say.
What was that?
Disability discrimination? Yes.
And how is it usually resolved?
That all depends on the parties. So we have a great mediation program. We resolve at least probably 30 to 40 cases just with that program alone per year. So that's voluntary settlement. My investigators also facilitate settlement discussions. But those are resolved through investigation. We'll have to determine the legal standard if somebody asked for a reasonable accommodation, that was denied, whether that was reasonable. And that would either be a no cause or a probable cause.
Is this the sort of thing like you're asking me to carry 50 pounds up 2 flights?
For an example, yes.
And I don't
And you
wanna
have a
do it?
doctor's note that says you could not do that.
Okay, so the person either doesn't get that duty or gets another duty.
Right. That would be considered potentially reasonable.
Representative Camrose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned that you were working, the department was working to fix issues before the audit and as a result of some of the inputs of the audit. Do you have a formal corrective action plan? And that's something that we can see. So we can see what the issues were and what your corrective actions are for that.
So it is my belief that the executive director was planning on submitting such or responding to such, and she is on leave. So I do know that the current commissioners are in discussions about the response to do that. I don't currently have the authority because I wasn't there for, in management during this audit period.
Go ahead.
So is there a corrective action plan going on right now?
I mean, I can attest to things that we've been doing in office. We've updated our training manuals. We've done more of a comprehensive internal, making sure our resources are updated, making sure our legal resources are updated. I am in the process of working with our Attorney General's office to update our administrative rules as well. I'm unfamiliar with how that process works, so I'm looking to learn that within the next week or so.
Okay, because my experience in industry is that rather than do the whack-a-mole approach, is you have a formal corrective action plan. That way everything's documented and you don't repeat the same mistakes so I would
Yeah,
highly
it is
recommend.
my understanding that the commissioners who, again, they have the oversight. I believe they are working on that.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Leishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome. So some of the items do date back to 2008. Like one of the concerns was the members weren't filing financial statements, which still haven't been done, which is troubling to me that we all have to file financial statements and yet the commission appears to be lacking in that way. But more to the point, and to some of the other questions, what other options do people have if the New Hampshire Human Rights Commission isn't there? Can they go to the federal government? Can they go to court, for instance, Superior Court, and file a complaint there?
So as our statute is written, and first of all, I'm sorry, I cannot attest to anything the commissioners, anything managerial, unfortunately, I can't speak to. I can answer your question about where folks could go. If an employer has 15 or more employees, they could file potentially with the federal government, with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. If they have a housing complaint, so New Hampshire, I'm sorry, just to clarify, New Hampshire's law against discrimination protects employees with 6 or more. So in New Hampshire, you need 6 or more employees to file a complaint. For housing, they could file with HUD. I do not believe there is an alternative as of right now, the way their statute's written, for public accommodation. I believe public education, you have the opportunity to go straight to Superior Court
So
or the Department of Education, I believe.
So there would be other options without changing statute?
Without changing statute for certain things. So right now, our statute requires the administrative exhaustion. You are required to file with us, and then you may remove your case to court.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Evil.
So, yeah, just sort of following along his thought chain. So if you have, so the federal statute says that if you have 15 or more employees, you can go to the EEOC. Our statute says if you have 6 or more, so there's obviously a gap there. So if the HRC didn't exist, that group of people wouldn't have recourse except to go to court, or no recourse? Or
Unless the
it
statute
depends?
was amended, right now, the way the statute is written, they would still have to file with us. So if there was not that requirement, I believe they could file in court. They would, civil.
And so the reason that somebody would choose to come before you folks is that going through Superior Court is more complex and they would feel the need for an attorney or some sort of representation.
That's generally the feedback that we've received, is that our process is more clear on what the expectations are and how to go through it. And mostly it is more timely. The investigative process is still more timely than a court trial, if you went to a full trial.
And if people come before the Human Rights Commission and they do want an attorney, do they tend to go to the the civil litigation sort of folks that come within the Judicial Council for representation, or don't you know?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Just for generally the employment bar, we have members of the employment bar I see practice a lot
I
before
see.
us.
Okay, thank you.
Do you tell people when they show up that they're going to wait a year and a half before you?
Absolutely. We say, unfortunately, due to our processing and our staffing, it may be quite some time before your case is assigned. Obviously, you can reach out at any time. Again, we offer mediation at any time. It doesn't have to wait till you get assigned, and we have a nice success rate on that program.
And your understanding of the regular court process is it's longer than a year and a half?
From what I have heard, it's not my,
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. All right. Other questions? No?
I just
Yeah,
have a
Representative
comment.
Eagle.
I mean, to the extent that the HRC goes away or some of the smaller appellate boards that we've been talking about, it does put in a larger burden on the courts. So if you pull one thread, the sweater might start to unravel a little bit. So I just think when we're talking
But
about.
look at what their resources are, right?
No,
They-
I know, I'm not. All I'm saying is that if we're talking about these things, we have to think about the whole pie.
Yes,
And the
okay.
effect on the courts that are already struggling.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you so much.
All right. So it is 2:45. Have we seen a person from? That's you. Okay, good. You don't look like Miss John T. Broderick. No, it's just going to be talking
Representative-
about YDC.
Representative McGuire?
Yes,
I just wanted to remind the division that I handed you guys a letter yesterday.
yes.
It was addressed to Attorney John Formella, so she'll be referencing that today. So I just wanted to make sure you had it in your pile from yesterday.
Yes. Yeah, we received a letter from Mr. Broderick. Okay. All right. So today is 2/27.
Thank you.
So much.
All right, thanks. All right, thanks. Please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name's Jen Foley. I'm General Counsel for Administrator Broderick in the claims administration process. The administrator wishes that he could have been here today and really appreciates the invitation. He has 2 hearings with claimants today, which he performs regularly. It's about his sixth hearing just this week. So he does that on a weekly basis, so sometimes his schedule's a little bit tight.
Gotcha. Now, is the budget that runs your office in here somewhere or not?
It's not. The fund itself pays for our operations. That budget, because we're actually a little bit hybrid, we are employed officially by the judicial branch, even though we operate separate and independent from the judicial branch. And then we put together a budget and we bring that to the Attorney General himself, who reviews the budget for our claims administration operations. And ultimately, those operations are paid directly from the fund itself.
And how many employees do you have?
So we have an open position right now, so I want to make sure I'm precise for you. We currently have 9 employees and 3 consultants. those 9 employees, some are full-time and some are part-time. I'd be glad to walk through them if that would be helpful.
Yes.
Okay. We have the administrator, who is full-time. We have an assistant administrator, Diane Nicolosi, who's a retired judge. She is part-time. We have 2 executive administrative assistants. We have general counsel, myself, I'm full-time. The 2 executive administrative assistants are both part-time. We have a paralegal who's actually with me today. She's full-time. We have 2 administrative assistants, both are full-time. We have a posted position, just posted this week, for a claims operations specialist, which would be a full-time position. And we have 2 individual trauma experts in order to perform the statutory function, the purpose of being trauma-informed and victim-centered process. And then we have a consulting firm who assists us with technology and claims processing support.
So do you have your budget as the same way we sort of see it, as this list
can-
of expenses?
We can certainly supply that. Would you like
Yeah,
that?
I'd
Mhm.
like to see that.
Sure.
Okay.
So I did put together a brief presentation today. Would you like me to walk through that?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Do we have copies or not?
No, I'm just going to give a kind of a verbal summary, and then we have the letter, which I'm happy to walk through.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So I'm here to give observations about the status of the fund right now, particularly for fiscal year 2025, and focusing specifically on the $60 million that was funded as of the statutory amendments. I'm also here to address Division 1 questions, which we received last week. So as some context, there's 4 categories that draw down from the fund. One is resolved claims with awards from the administrator's final decision. He reviews and evaluates awards and issues a decision, which is either an award or not an award. The second category of drawdown is resolved claims with agreed upon amounts through the Attorney General's office. So the Attorney General's office and Claims Counsel, if they're represented, and mostly they are, can resolve the claim on their own and then submit that resolution to our process for it to be paid under the fund. The third category.
Is that category because the Attorney General was in court with this claimant and they settled out of court? Is that kind of where that second category comes from?
Actually, the statute itself, the settlement fund statute itself, is an entire ecosystem of settlement to draw folks out of courts and to come into the administrative settlement process. So by statute, it lays out plainly that there are 2 ways to resolve a claim through settlement. One is to go through the administrator's evaluation, and 2, they could otherwise go before the Attorney General's office and directly negotiate a settlement that way. Either way, the claim is submitted to our office. We do intake, make sure the claim file is complete, and then what we call stipulated agreements, to the extent that they come up with a negotiated resolution, would come before our office. We review it to make sure all the essential terms are there, and then we would approve for payment processing. So the statute itself lays out 2 pathways to settlement resolution.
I see.
Okay.
And do we have a count, like which way?
We sure do.
Yeah.
So the letter that was given to the Attorney General earlier this week that we copied you on, attachment A not only lays out the projection for the $60 million, which we see as insufficient for fiscal year 2025. At the end of it, it identifies a snapshot of our most recently quarterly report, and it shows us the claim count of resolutions as of December 31st, 2024, and breaks out the distinction. So I'll give you the numbers if that would be helpful.
Go ahead.
So total claims resolved through the settlement with payment through the fund is 242 as of the end of 2024. 148 of those claims were through the stipulated agreement, mutual agreement directly with the Attorney General's office. 94 of them had gone through the process, the resolution process in front of the administrator himself. If helpful, I can make sure to get a copy of that quarterly report to you.
Yes, please. So I'm not getting the numbers right. 242 was the count,
242 is the count, and the breakout,
148 and 94. Gotcha. All right. So this is interesting that the majority is not through the settlement office. So why is that, do you think?
well, so all claims have to come through our office. And the statute is, which I think was designed well to make sure there was maximum pathways to resolve a claim quickly. So the statute lays out two pathways, one with the direct negotiations with the Attorney General's office, and the other is through the resolution proceeding process, which involves a hearing. So why claimants pursue direct settlement directly with the Attorney General's office and are successful in that road is not something I can speak to, because the administrator is not involved with those negotiated resolutions by statute. We are involved in terms of our staff. We receive the claim, make sure it's complete, make sure the claim gets in front of the Attorney General's office so they have the claim in totality. And then should a stipulated agreement come, we have to make sure that it's appropriate, it's within the bounds of an essential terms, so that we can approve it for payment processing.
Okay. All right. So you said there's two other ways to remove money from the fund. So one of them's your expenses, presumably.
Correct. So costs of operations, which, as I said, is under a budget that's approved by the Attorney General's office. We also operate through a memorandum of understanding that the judicial branch has put together with the Attorney General before our operations began, which is how that budget and reimbursement process occurs. The fourth category is the Attorney General's costs. Under the settlement fund statute, the Attorney General is permitted to essentially invoice the fund directly for costs that are, I think the language is something like not ordinary, or they're not ordinary operations, something like that. So they have outside counsel that they have retained that assist them in their part in participating with the claims process. Those dollar numbers on information and costs are in the quarterly report as well.
Okay.
Okay.
And so far you've been allocated 135 million. Is that?
The first school year, 2024, was the fund allocated 100 million. And that 100 million was distributed in awards in the first year. When the statute was revised in 2024, last summer, the legislature decided to identify by statute $75 million per fiscal year, but did actual appropriations or designated funds of 60 million.
Okay. So, okay. So, and we understand that you have something like 32 remaining at the moment. Is it
32, could you
million?
repeat that? 32 million. So the roughly, we are at about slightly over 30 million in committed funds. So it's somewhere, I think the Attorney General's numbers that he put in front of you today, I think he said 27 million, and we balance our books together and coordinate, and we would agree that that is roughly the remainder of the 60 million as we sit here today. We ran the numbers a week or so ago, so as you can imagine, it shifts.
But the letter says you're going to run out of that by July 1st, somewhere.
But before it's
Before.
right, and so I can walk through those projections if that would
Go
be
ahead.
helpful.
Yeah.
So attachment A to the letter that we sent to the Attorney General's office to make an observation about the $60 million and the projection as to whether it would be sufficient this fiscal year. We took the numbers in the quarterly report of December 2024, and we looked at existing activity through February 18th, 2025. So about 6 weeks of activity. About another 30 claims were resolved, which generated about roughly over $10 million in resolved award amounts. So we took that 6-week look, and assuming, which is a very big assumption in this dynamic environment, that would be the spend moving forward for the remainder of the quarter and also the remainder of fiscal year, adding in the actual and projected costs of both offices, brought the projection to slightly over 60 million. Table 2, we ran, as you know, projections are uncertain, but informative when data-based. And in our environment, the awards fluctuate quite a bit, depending on the nature of the abuse in a particular claim, the frequency, the severity, all go into, if there is a verified claim, what is the ultimate dollar amount that's awarded according to the guidelines that the legislature approved. And it is impossible for us to predict which kinds of claims are coming to us in a given week. We take the claims as they come. So Table 2 moved forward into another set of claims that were close to final resolution, right? So we issue final decisions with an award amount that the claimants can either accept or not accept. Once those decisions are issued, most of the time they're accepted when they're awards. And so those are essentially encumbered funds. And so we took the next set of encumbered funds, which is a set of about 9 claims, and that generated an average, instead of 10 million, it would bring you to 12, almost 13 million as a benchmark to estimate the remainder of the fiscal year with. So when you run that set of projections, it brings you to 71, nearly 72 million. And this does not account for, in other words, this dollar amount does not account for a bundle of claims that are under evaluation right now. In other words, we have a beginning to the life cycle of a claim, a middle, and an end. So sitting here today, we have at least 25 claims that are nearing the end and close to having an issue date. And so, it keeps coming, and we have hearings that are scheduled weekly all the way throughout into July, and we keep scheduling them out as a resolution pathway. So as those hearings come, at the end of once the hearing day concludes, we have a timetable that is set by the statute as to how quickly a decision needs to come out. We need to evaluate it. Is it eligible or not? What's the award, if there is one? What's the payout for term of years? And so accounting for how many hearings that are already scheduled, these numbers do not account for how many more may be coming. We just took an average to give a picture as to whether we thought it was, we needed to make an observation about the $60 million and whether we thought it would be sufficient. And we see plainly that the 60 million will not be sufficient. And so we're really here today to make that observation and to really request whether or not the $75 million that was identified as a fiscal year estimate or committed amount will be coming or not. Because if it's not coming, we need to make some adjustments pretty darn quick, actually, pardon my language, in terms of how we're going to manage the claims, the ones that are scheduled and keep moving through expeditiously, and also how we're going to keep operations in place. So we're fully operational, and it would be unwise to dismantle those operations. So we would need to make sure there was a sufficient amount in the 60 million, if that is what our limit is going to be, and we'll live with whatever you give to us. We'll need to make sure there's a sufficient buffer to keep our operations in place to get us to the next fiscal year appropriations, assuming those are coming.
So when you settle a claim, and let's assume it's for $100,000, do you settle it that the $100,000 is paid right away, or can it be paid over, $10,000 a year for 10 years?
So the statute as amended last year, for the first time, gave the administrator the discretion to determine, according to factors by statute, whether it would be a lump sum paid in the first year, paid all in one, or whether it would be paid in a term of years, periodic installments up to 10 years. And so the statute lays that discretion to the administrator, and lays out factors to consider about the claimant's circumstances, whether it's financial, health, or otherwise. The lion's share of awards that are provided, that are given once they're verified, are periodic installments. And the table actually identifies, shows you a breakout of that, if you'd like me to walk you through that.
Right. So then you can stretch out the money you have through to the end of the year, no, in this way, right? Okay.
It's my understanding that these projections account for the periodic installments that we're currently doing. And so therefore, these numbers would make the assumption that even with periodic installments, the $60 million would be insufficient. I do not know, sitting here today, how long and how quickly what the pace of the spend would be. But I'm certainly watching it with we have a financial expert who's doing that alongside us.
Okay. We'll start with Representative Leachman, then Representative Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm looking at page 3 of the total resolved claims, and I notice bullet number 2, it talks about settlement with interest, without interest. So
Yes.
can you tell us what you're providing for interest? Is that on any claim that's being paid out over a period of years, or I'm assuming that's what it is?
The dollar amount for the interest itself?
Well, what the rate may be,
The statute that the legislature adopted set a fixed rate of 5%.
5%.
Yep.
And I guess I have another follow-up, Mr.
Go ahead.
Chairman. So the former Chief Justice in his letter that we have says a shortfall, like you said, is likely to occur. No money was set aside for fiscal 26, right? There's no request anywhere. So once you're out of the 60 million for 25, you'd have to probably come in for a special request before fiscal. But what about 26 and 27? Because we haven't seen any requests or any idea what the settlement amount might be in 26 and 27 for any claims?
To the extent that there is no request for 2026 and 2027 that is pending before the legislature, that would be a surprise to us. And we would need to know it in order to determine what to do with the existing 1,000 claims that we have pending and that are continuing to come and be filed on a weekly basis, that are expected to be filed all the way through June 30th.
Mr. Chairman, as you probably saw in the former Chief Justice letter, because the statute gives me expressed authority to approve payouts up to $75 million in claims in any fiscal year. So I assume he could come back to fiscal at the end of this fiscal year and look for additional funds, but that's at least what he says in his letter.
If you're expecting the request for 2026 and 2027 to come directly from the administrator, I'll make sure to report that to him. I think it was our understanding that the statute itself specifically anticipates 75 million per year. So if we're misunderstanding on that, that's good for us to know.
I believe it says up to.
Yeah,
So,
Up to per year.
per year.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Representative Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for taking my question. My question is, where there's a payment stretched over time, are you purchasing annuities to fulfill that payment?
Is the administrator's office purchasing annuities to fulfill the payment?
Well, typically on a suit where there's payments over time, many times an annuity with an insurance company is purchased, and the insurance company guarantees that that payment gets paid over time. And it's usually a cheaper, there's usually a savings by purchasing an annuity because the insurance company is earning money on the money before they have to pay it out. And I wondered whether you were using that procedure or not.
It's a good question. The claims administrator, Administrator Broderick, oversees the claims process itself to see when a claim comes in and verifies it for eligibility, and then determines whether there'll be an award if it goes through the resolution proceeding process. At that point, the Administrator Broderick's responsibilities have concluded. The claims in terms of being evaluated and verified as to whether it will get an award or not and what the payout is concludes. And then it goes into payment processing, and payment processing is handled by the Attorney General's office. He has the charge of the fund itself by statute. And there's also a portion under the statute that speaks to structured settlements. And the responsibility that Administrator Broderick has been given under the statute is to identify quality structured settlement folks and put them on the website so that they're available for claimants to go and decide if they want to pursue a structured settlement road, which I imagine might be addressing some of the scenarios that you're identifying. But the administrator does not have the authority to compel someone to seek annuities or to seek a structured settlement. That is claimant's choice under the statute as written.
Representative Weiler.
Thank you. Did Administrator Broderick or anybody from the department appear before the governor or the governor's budget director for the preparation of the 26-27 budget
Has the administrator appeared in front of the governor?
to discuss this budget?
It's my understanding that the administrator has expressly made himself available but it is not my understanding that such a meeting has occurred yet. But I would need to bring that back to the administrator to make sure that I have up to the minute information on that.
So from what he wrote to me, he was never consulted about this part of the budget.
My understanding is that he's not been consulted.
Thank you.
Representative Evil.
Well, I'm sure this is very difficult for you to answer, but it follows along with the chairman's questions. Many have observed that there's no settlement money included in the governor's draft of the budget. And would you have any idea why that would be the case?
I absolutely cannot speak on behalf of the governor.
I know, but I just think it's worth raising that it's an interesting fact that there's nothing in there for the $150 million.
So did I hear you say you have about 1,000 requests for settlements that have not yet been processed? Is that right?
Well, currently we have roughly over 1,000 claims that have been filed to date from the beginning. We have about 700, a little bit over 700 claims that are actually open and pending.
Okay.
So, but we have more coming, and we have there's about 25 law firms that are involved with the claims process. They all don't have an equal amount of claims, obviously. And so we stay in touch with the Claims Council to get a general sense as to how many may be coming between now and June 30th so that we can plan in a pretty fluid environment. We try to plan as best we can. And so we do understand that there was a commitment from at least one of the significantly larger law firms during the last, when the statute was being amended last year, that they made a public commitment to bring their the lawsuit-based claims, bring them out of court and bring them into their claims process. So far, we've seen that commitment honored. And so really one of the observations that is important for that the administrator wanted to make sure I conveyed today was if the cost of not, if the $75 million is not fully funded, what is likely to happen throughout the remainder of this fiscal year. It's a destabilizing event, and it's a loss of trust. We've heard that quite a bit from Claims Council, that if the money's not there, then that obviously means that the administrator can't spend beyond $60 million, your choice, and we will have to take measures, whether it's canceling hearings, whether it's slowing down certain the tail end of the life cycle of a claim in order to make sure we don't exceed the 60 million. That's our responsibility. And we'd need to do that in a way that we'd keep operations open unless we need to account.
Wasn't 100 million allocated in fiscal year 24?
Yes.
So over the biennium, you've received 160 million, right? So that's more than you would expect by 75 million a year in a biennium.
We received the statute as it came to us. So when we opened operations in January 2023, the administrator's neutral, independent, was not involved with the statutory process and built the claims process according to the statutory authority and the legal documents that the legislature put in place for him to follow and abide by. And so through the ordinary course of doing that, the $100 million that was set aside in that initially did get awarded to the claimants. And we worked side by side with the Attorney General's office to make sure that we did not go beyond that 100 million. And then when the statute was being revised, we were in the what next waters.
Okay. Representative Ely.
Is it a fair statement that if, well, in light of the fact at this point, there's no money been put in the budget officially for the claims to continue in the next biennium, that the claimants could pursue their cases in court? I
Yes,
mean, would
that
because many of them have duplicate.
that remains true. So I think when I think about the cost of not and destabilizing a successful system, one is that claims that are in court right now may not come to us at all. And the other is that the claims that are with us now can be withdrawn. The claimants have a choice to withdraw their claims. And I did want to just put maybe a little bit of a demographic point out there. Out of the approximately 1,000 claims that have been filed, I think it's about roughly 55% that came from Superior Court. I could get a more accurate number. So we do receive quite a few claims that have from law firms representing claimants that have not filed in court yet.
Representative Wyland.
You mentioned 100 million went out in claims. My recollection is a fairly major amount went out for costs, administrative costs, people you hired, salaries, and so on. So, you know, it was the first 100 million didn't all go out in claims.
Yes, you're correct. The quarterly reports that are available on our website has a succinct page at the end of the quarterly report that identifies our costs. To give you a sense of that, when we brought these projections as part of the attachment A to the letter to the Attorney General, we estimate about $4 million a fiscal year. That is joint costs of both our office and the Attorney General's office.
Okay. All right. So of the 242 cases that have been closed, how many received no payment, no settlement?
No settlement? That's a good question. I would need to go back and look at those numbers.
I mean, that were basically found to be invalid, I guess.
I would have, would you like me to?
Yes, could
come
you
up with
find
those?
that?
Sure.
I'm
Sure.
curious. And so we've been told in general that we expect, I mean, the deadline for filing claims is the end of the fiscal year, I think. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. And we expect that overall there will have been 1,500 claims. Does that still seem about accurate?
I would agree with the Attorney General on that.
Yeah. Okay, good. Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Okay. Can I just add one?
Absolutely. Yeah.
To the extent the 75 million will not be fully funded for this fiscal year, I can't emphasize enough how important it would be for us to know that. To the staff that we have, we would need to make sure that we can account for keeping operations in place from that 60 million and also figure out how to make adjustments for the awards.
All right, so let me just say, you're in the wrong place to get another 15 million in fiscal year 2025. So the place to go is what we call the fiscal committee. And I think the Attorney General can probably help you with making a request to the fiscal committee for 15 million. Whether they grant it or not, I have no idea. But,
Thank you.
okay,
Appreciate the time today.
all right. You're welcome. All right, so I think we're done for today, and we'll be back at 10 a.m. tomorrow.